female.
The same way that Donald Trump made a whole bunch of promises and he wasn't able to deliver. Again, it's bigger than just whatever he says, and he's just talking. It's an ideology that they believe in. It has a lot to do with the fact that they're playing against the heartstrings against these people because of the fact that they have a distrust against the Democrats. If the Democrats were to come up and they get it right, a lot of those people that he flipped, to Amari's point, where they're not all MAGA supporters, they would get them all the way back. But what keeps them coming and what keeps them engaged and, hey, I'm going to be able to do all these different things is the fact that they have such a distrust for the Democratic Party that anything that Trump dangles out there, they're just going to be able to buy.
Hey, you need to go ahead and land, though.
That's what it is.
You don't talk.
I know it hurts.
Okay, but we've been quiet. And now I'm going to talk. Lisa,
I know you're going to talk. Yes, ma'am.
So here's the thing, Lisa. The reason why this shit is so stale with this nigga here. This nigga, bro, shut up before I throw you in the goo.
Yeah, so you
say something else. Come off again. Come on off. I'll throw your black ass in the goo.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway,
something. You want me to
say? Here's why this is so tired. Democrats, including you, Lisa, and Haitian. What he's saying, we've already said. The Democrats had a messaging problem. Why the fuck you keep saying the same goddamn thing and not answering the question? Everybody has said the Democrats have a messaging problem. The Democrats are saying it. Kamala Harris said it. Everybody has said it. But you don't want to answer any questions. You can't even admit the president had 30 convictions and he's a sexual predator. You won't even answer that. You can't say it's true. Why would anybody believe? Shut your ass up. I'm still talking. You hear me talking?
There you go.
Okay. Now that's the last time I throw your ass in the goo and I'll unmind myself. God damn it. We tired of hearing you saying the same fucking thing. Can you, Brandy? Bitch, you better leave me alone, bitch. You need to go learn what the difference is between your and your. Go read a book, bitch. Mike, we already know that. You didn't even answer the question that was on the table, which is why would Republicans not leave? What are they doing to make them stay? I don't think they have to do anything. That ain't no goddamn answer. I land.
So I do think one of the big draws was inflation, right, and lowering the cost of food. Neither of which are really going down. Inflation is still going up, and so is the cost of fucking everything, right? So I honestly think if Republicans were able to find solutions to either of those things, which they really can't, maybe they could retain the people. But I also think that it's a lost opportunity for Democrats. Just run on that exact same talking point and hammer Republicans on it. But anyways, I'm done.
It's a good point, Mike. Sorry, mother.
What'd you say, Amari? I'm sorry.
No, it's a good point. I don't want to call you Mike and mother.
Mike P. Calm down. Calm it down.
It's
calm.
No, it's so many
Amari, calm it down.
You know what? Fuck you, Amari. Is that better?
We know him way too better.
Calm it down.
Yes.
I know my brother.
Calm it down.
What's really revealing what you said is that Republicans, and it just makes you guys look foolish. I don't know if you were trying to do that or just maybe it's the truth. So they have to do nothing. It has to be something driving this force, because what the Democrats are trying to do and achieve, giving health care, giving you food in the form of SNAP benefits. We shouldn't have to argue about food in a fat-ass country with people using drugs to get skinny. We shouldn't have to argue about that fucking bullshit. But Republicans are cutting food. Is that the way the diet without the Ozempic? They're cutting education. The FAFSA was a fucking mess this year. right? They reduce the Pell Grants to the kids who want to go to school, but you always harping about, oh, you get that, you get an education, you better learn how to reprogram robots, you better go to do this, you better go do that. We got too many foreign doctors coming in the country. You better go to try to go do this. Yeah, you're standing on the street corners, you're wasting the time, you're not doing nothing, you just got your pants hanging, but you won't help the people that want to truly go to school and fill these jobs.
Lisa,
You're worried about these people who are coming here to work in these positions that need to be, you cannot no longer walk around here and not be qualified enough to fix the computers, to fix the robots, to be able to do the AI work. You cannot just walk in off the fucking street of playing computer games in your fucking basement and think you're going to do these jobs, but yet they're cutting Pell Grants and making these kids take out more loans. Everything you guys touch turned to shit. Okay? Nobody is in here talking about, okay, so let's get the schools together. Let's make it easier for kids to go to college. Let's give them health care so they won't walk around sick. Let's give these people down in the Appalachians dental care so they can stop talking with a list because they have no teeth. Let's get Wi-Fi to everybody so they'll be able to surf the internet and do their homework. Let's get clean water to the areas that don't have clean water. None of this is being discussed. It's just cut, chop, blame. At least the Democrats were trying to help the people. Where is our tax money going now? What am I putting out this kind of money every fucking year for what? For whom?
Oh, breaking news, Lisa.
for Trump, actually,
Trump answered your question. He just boosted funding for HBCUs. After cutting grants for white colleges.
Okay,
They literally just cut HBCUs. What are you even saying?
And
it was a white collar. They just cut it hundreds of millions,
let's
gave
go
money to those people.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Linda McMahon just did this. September 15th. Read the article, brother. Read it.
Okay, does anybody know the true story? Does anybody in here, did you guys take the time?
The money that he took, if they told him was for minority schools that weren't following whatever bullshit. And they had taken money from HBCUs before, so basically he was giving the money fucking back.
Right.
Fucking two-court Monty fucking...
That's
not the full story. That's not the full story.
Omari, you mentioned that he did no tax on tips. What people don't know is that expires December 2028, so like a month or maybe 3 weeks before he leaves office, that no tax on tips and OT expires. It's not as if it's
you know they're going to renew it. You know they're going to.
We don't know that.
The Democrats
break down. We need to break down the what Omari was talking about with this. You know, this will go toward, quote, directed away from, quote, ineffective and discriminatory programs toward those which support student success. They will be dictating exactly what kind of education this will go to. $60 million will go toward funding for charter schools, $137 million toward American history and civic grants. They're not even reinstituting. I mean, again, it is important to show that this funding was cut and now being reinstated, but also it will not be directed in the same way that it was before. It is disingenuous to suggest that this is just a great thing. People need to go into the details, or else we confuse and ultimately lie to people.
Hey, Tark, you know what's interesting? Why didn't anyone say anything about Mackenzie Scott and the $7 million she donated to HBCUs? Y'all don't want to say that?
She's because she's not an orange man. That is why. He does not care about those things.
Nope. So that's $7 million coming from a civilian that didn't steal the money and is now returning.
And Omari like headlines. He don't read shit.
I mean, I was just going by the conversation. I was like, I know y'all didn't talk about it on the 15th, but I just thought I had that article in my back pocket for y'all. But are you want to listen to the rest of the clip, Lisa?
No, I want to go. We want to stop the lies. I want to make sure I get something because you guys need to really do. Now, why would Trump do anything for HBCU? You should ask yourself that because he loves blacks.
You love us
He
blacks.
wants blacks educated. So let me just find this.
The good blacks.
Man, I know that article did not stop the room. Come on, Lisa.
And Lisa, the money is going to ICE. ICE has more funding than all the other civilian law enforcement federal agencies combined. So if we combine the funding for the FBI, the DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and all the other federal federal law enforcement, so you combine all of their funding, it's still not up to what ICE got in this.
ICE budget is bigger than France's military.
And you know what ICE got? You know what ICE got this year also? Graphite.
What's that, bro? Huh?
Look up graphite. Why the fuck would ICE need that?
I just posted a link earlier. ICE was holding a 5-year-old girl to get the parents to come outside so they could detain them.
What?
Yeah. I posted the link in the chat.
And why after a white boy murders Charlie Kirk, HBCUs have to go on lockdown?
Try to kill two birds with one stone. I keep saying it.
So Haitian, that's Israeli spyware?
Yep.
For ICE?
Yeah.
What do you need spyware for?
Hey, y'all think I'm crazy and shit. Try to drop little gems here and there, but they've had it for almost a year now, bro.
I heard about it.
This is crazy.
And it's not, but out of all the agencies, why would it be ICE?
ICE, exactly. Why do they need it? Wow.
Everybody can
In the city, and ICE doesn't stand for, ICE really stands for inner city enforcement.
Everybody read what Mike P put in the chat just now.
Oh, Lord.
I literally said that to him yesterday. He literally took my exact words
I did
and
not.
put it back in the chat against us.
Why are you
Boy, what is wrong with you?
I did not.
You are a cold brain. I literally said that in the chat yesterday. Absolutely, and I'm gonna go find it, and I'm gonna put it in my PTR.
There you go.
You can't even think on your own, nigga. You can't even think on your own. I'm going to get it because I said that exact same thing yesterday, and now you gonna put it in the chat like it was original from you. Nigga, you ain't worth a damn, and you ain't shit.
You're right. Someone needs some prayer.
You can't even come up with your own. You can't come up with your own sentence.
You're just censoring
You are a dumb. Okay, let me go get it.
This is hilarious.
It's gonna be hilarious when I show everybody. Cause see, that's what I'm doing to you tonight. I'm exposing all of your shit tonight. And whenever you get ready to say whether or not Trump is an offender, I don't give a fuck what you say until you can say that he is a sex offender. I don't give a fuck what you say.
It's a rhetorical statement. It's a rhetorical question. We all know the facts. It is what it is.
Lisa and Deborah, but one thing the Republicans are good at? Arguing, not answering a question. No, besides that.
What else are we good at?
Them motherfuckers love crashing grinding.
I don't know. Grinding shit again.
I don't know what's up with that shit. Y'all love crashing that shit. What's up with that?
Wait, crashing?
How do you guys know the grinding? What did he say? You mean to show me there's no undercover LGBTQs on the Democratic side?
No, Curtis, you can step on my line. You can't step on my intelligence.
Convention. It happened at a Republican National Convention.
Why does that matter?
It matters because they're the ones that are so anti-LGBT, especially trans, and they're the ones that are crashing the site. Don't you find that funny?
We have a lot of different groups.
They're the ones that are the most anti-LGBT.
Mother's gay. Like,
why would that not be interesting to talk about?
But do it at a funeral, though. That's the best part.
Do it at a funeral? Okay?
Whoa.
What's
Wait a
going
minute,
on?
wait a minute. Point of information. Mother is gay.
Yeah.
For real?
So that's what.
The wife.
Wait a minute. What's going on?
I've been a faggot for a long time. Y'all need to keep up.
Oh, yeah. Y'all didn't know.
Maury, come on, bro.
Omari, really?
But to be fair, Omar, I'm like a minority within the.
Yes.
Like it's like what 90%.
Oh, we got Brandon Straub. We got Brandon Straub. We got
Most gays have more sense than mother.
I'm like the black conservatives. That's pretty much like we're the minority within the minority.
Right.
Only a small minority.
But you know what? You know what, brother? You know what? But they think that every Republican, every MAGA is just this, like that Drewski skit where he's like, hey, you know, that's what they think about us, and it's sad. You are. They're not. You're such a bubble. You are. That was what you are. Be like Gemini. Go hang out with some like when I was traveling. You know these people like these people
than your dumb ass. Trust me.
They let these people. They had a guest room. Guess what? They let me stay in the guest room with their family in the house. These are the whitest of white people. I mean, I think they have raisins in their potato salad.
Be fair, Maury. Were them dudes the cucks?
Wow.
They used for the night? Is that what happened?
No, come on, no, man, no.
Racial epithets.
No, I mean, they
I love that movie. I love Be Cool when he said that. Racial epithets.
I would say these. I mean, there are. You have the Nick Fuentes, and you have these fucking people like Freddie who used to come on his app, who was a piece of shit. We don't fuck with them. We don't even acknowledge them. We show them no credence. The whole goal was to try to take the Republican back from these white.
Wait, so which we are we talking about?
We asked the black people who were trying to
the gay and black Republicans.
The black, like the minority.
White guys say that is crazy.
I know, especially West Coast.
Really?
But that's your Democrats, and that's your black Democrats that allow that.
Little weirdo.
I would take him.
Who is the we, Amari? Who is the we?
Hold on. Mike, you were not part of the team, Mike. You were the fucking Judas.
Of course you would.
Crack ass motherfucker.
Of course you would.
So I'm going to break something to you. So it was the whole goal that I had a team try to do is we were trying to infiltrate the Republican Party and take it back from these white supremacists.
Like you said, we take it back?
Like that, right? So we was trying. So when they were doing the first step back was with Tim Scott. There was her name was Dr. Tamara, right? They were doing that in 2017. They were starting that. They were working with Van Jones. They were working with other people. The goal was to try, and they were also building tiny homes and shit around Arizona for veterans and shit like that. I was part of that. I will tell you this: we tried hard to really get black people to join the Republican Party. We tried to get people to run for office. We had people like Aja Smith. I can show you a picture with her that I took with her. We was trying to get a lot of these black people. You look at my picture roll, there's another person. She's in my picture. That's not my wife. That's someone that was running for office. We was trying to get events for them. We tried. We tried to bring them back to normal.
Yeah, but you know where you fucked up?
We fucked up thinking that we would take over that party.
When you said Tim Scott, that's where you fucked up.
But Omari too, you said take it back. You said take it back from the white racists. Like, what do you mean take it back? Like, so you just want them to go back into silence, but you're cool with them remaining
we're talking about before the Southern strategy,
voter base.
before the Lily White.
Oh, come on, you going that far back? Really?
Yes.
1776.
We're trying to take it back before. The goal was to try before that Southern strategy. Before that Southern strategy, where they pushed, where those Republicans were doing the dog whistles to try to get the Dixiecrats to vote Republican. We're trying to do the opposite of that. That's all. That was the whole goal.
Don't hold it.
I'm not. I realize it's a lot more embedded into it. It is.
Come on, brother. Leave the dark side, brother. Come on, leave the dark side. Come to the light. Come to the light.
There's no light. There's no light on your side either. I don't know what we're gonna do as Black people, but we gotta figure something out.
So I was trying to, we got to figure something out because we seem to be confused. We seem to be confused, and we seem to not. First of all, we seem to be going against our own.
Exactly.
Which is crazy. That's what I'm saying. I don't see you guys going over to a party that's really uplifting our community. And you said we were on a plantation, which is wild. I don't know what you call what Stephen Miller said the other day, because it sounded like he was going to put your black asses right back on that Monticello.
Okay, but Lisa, but that's okay.
You got the nerve to talk about how we are on a fucking plantation because all we doing is trying to look out for people who have less. That's all we doing. But not you guys. You personally think that your bank account even ranks and classifies, and even people with money who look like you have been shown the door, have been put in their place, forgot they was black, and then they come running back to the community. We can name it over and over and over again. You're the one who is promoting the Republicans because they're basically ain't checking for you. I ain't seen not one thing that they were checking for you for. So they had Timmy up there tap dancing for the whole
oh my God.
Tappy. He was y'all saw
I hate to break it to you. The Democrats ain't checking for you.
This man put on a suit and tie and marry a woman when he know he wasn't even interested in that.
Lord.
Thought he was going Negro. He's been single since he damn near ready for AARP and decided all of a sudden he was going to get married, but he didn't get married to one of y'all, did he? Nah. So then he didn't get a job. Then that Donaldson fool talking about you were better off during Jim Crow. You guys, the embarrassment of it all, that you guys are over there trying to cape for a party who is not even looking at you, not even trying to recruit you to do shit. Where are you in the Republican Party? Where are you?
So Lisa,
out of 77 million, you got Ben Carson, Donaldson, Timmy from Cotton to Congress. Am I missing? A pedophile, a guy who had CTE when he was playing football. Look at your roster. I wouldn't take you guys to the fucking G League with this fucking roster. You guys are all fucking losers. Not one of them that he put in front of us is anybody that we can emulate. No Wes Moores, no Barack Obamas, not the young kid from Florida. Nobody brilliant. It's all
Vivek Ramaswamy.
It's all these secondhand losers.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Vivek Ramaswamy is not a black man, sir. And Vivek Ramaswamy is height challenged. Okay,
the Democrats ain't checking for you neither, Lisa, just so you know that. Democrats ain't checking for you.
Not black. The Democrats have always been checking for black women.
No, they ain't checking for you. What you mean always? What you mean always?
Stop screaming. Stop screaming. Stop screaming. Stop screaming. Stop screaming. Okay, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
So, Lisa, I agree with a lot of the things that you just said. But here's the problem. And y'all get mad every single time. First of all, your first point when you talk about black women, there's the issue. You have to have something for black men. Then the second thing is that,
we don't have anything for black men because you don't show up.
No, but you can't. No, black men did show up, actually.
Oh,
they voted in the 80%. The 80% for Kamala Harris.
Okay, great.
But you wagged your finger at them the whole time. No, the Democrats did. The
Democrats wagging their fingers.
Let me tell you why. You call black men misogynistic. You call black men hateful. Barack Obama. They were all doing the same. Came out and they.
Who said black men were misogynistic and hateful?
There were several. There were many different articles and many different black women in major publications. I can post those in the chat where they were calling black men misogynistic because questions about Kamala Harris in terms of whether or not she would be a viable candidate, so on and so forth.
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay. All right.
And it had nothing to do with it, right? And so, what you're doing is that when you sort of alienate a particular group, and there's a bigger conversation because, it's not just about the presidential candidates, whether it be Donald Trump, whether it be Kamala Harris. That party, there is a lot of distrust that people feel about that party that just goes unaddressed.
Okay, but Mike,
we gotta talk about.
But Mike, earlier in the conversation, you kind of contradict yourself because you said it just full-throatedly that the new converts to the Republican Party don't have to do anything. You know what I'm saying?
I stand by that comment.
I stand
by that comment.
Yeah, so isn't that really the definition of slavery? Like you're working without any compensation. You're voting, you're supporting them, you're really singing their praises, and you're not getting anything in return. So how is that any better?
No, but and I can understand it. But the thing is that when you have the Democratic Party,
you can understand what
I can understand where he's coming from. But when you have the Democratic Party, that you're supposed to be the bastion for progressiveness and for excellence. You're supposed to be doing all of these things for people of color and so on and so forth, and you still have the same issues that black people have been dealing with for decades and decades and decades and decades. And essentially we came. I beg your pardon?
What are those issues? Can you name them?
I mean, you have black people that are being killed and shot in broad daylight. You have police brutality. You have black people that are still, you have racism all in terms of looking for jobs.
You're admitting that there's racism now. We're getting somewhere.
I never denied it. When did you hear me say that there wasn't racism?
Admitting that there's racism.
Wait, when did you hear me say that there wasn't racism?
No, because you let Manfinity, you want to jump in? Is he
okay, man. You're talking about Manfinity, okay? Because I never said.
There you go. Manfinity, he said that MAGAs say that there's racism in this country. Manfinity, are you awake? Hello?
I'm wide awake.
Y'all MAGAs are falling apart. Y'all getting off script.
Did you just say that?
You just don't really know my pimping for real.
Lisa, did you just say the Democrats have always been for black people?
No. We're not just saying.
You don't want to go back to what you just said. You don't want to go back to what you just said.
I woke you up.
You see how he tried to flip the script?
You don't want to go back to what you just said.
He asked you a
specific
question. He just
so you don't want to go back to what you just said, right?
You see this? I'm not going to argue.
You want to ignore what you just said. Do you want to ignore what you just said?
Stop yelling. Stop yelling. No, I was asking you a question. Don't ask me a question. I just took you off of reading the MAGA Bible, the Trump Bible, because your other MAGA person came off script. He said that there's that this country has racism. Do you not? That's not what Manfinity says. That's not what Manfinity says.
So Manfinity and Mike are two people that are different. We're individuals.
No.
You said that before, Manfinity?
No. Now we got one MAGA saying that there's racism. We got another MAGA saying that there is. We got another MAGA saying.
You know how many times you disagree with the people on your side of the thing?
Go ahead, y'all.
You disagree? No. You disagree with a lot of things of what your people say. All your people on this stage don't agree. You don't agree with everything they say. Just because y'all vote for them.
But can you clarify, Manfinity, that there is racism, right? Manfinity, can you clarify?
I said race. Listen, because race doesn't exist. Racism doesn't exist. It's a spiritual deep conversation.
Just because it's not, because it's not biological doesn't mean we created it, so it exists. Yes, it's not biological.
Hear me out, please.
It's a social construct.
Whenever I say that, it's the deeper spiritual truth. I understand that we live in an existence. Yeah, you can say, here we go, because you don't want to deal with it.
No, I'm just letting everybody know you're getting
you over there lying with the fact that Democrats have always been for black people. No, they haven't. They started the KKK.
Oh,
So let's get that straight.
Oops.
But anyways, let's get that straight. But anyways, Ron, the thing is, but she likes to do it. Excuse me. No, I'm gonna finish my point. She's gonna crawl me out. There's a spiritual reality and there's a physical reality. Excuse me, I wasn't done talking.
I'm glad I canceled my cable. Go ahead, babe.
There's a spiritual reality and there's a physical reality. In the physical reality, race exists. We live in a world that is conscious of race. Whenever I said that racism doesn't exist, it's speaking in the spiritual sense.
Oh,
Racism. I wasn't finished talking. You never heard the term.
screaming.
Let me finish my
Let
point.
them finish, you guys, because he's screaming. You know what happens when they start screaming.
We all know, if you're a Christian, you understand this term right here. You can be in the world, but not of it. So yes, I'm in a physical realm. I understand that racism is a conscious, real thing on the physical plane. But whenever I said racism doesn't exist, it was speaking in the spiritual sense. Because spiritually, race doesn't exist. That was a man-made construct. And since race don't exist, then racism follows. It also doesn't exist. But she likes to take the spiritual reality and throw it in a conversation to make me sit here and explain it to everybody because y'all thinking I'm crazy saying that race don't exist and racism don't exist. In the physical sense, sure it does. In the real sense, spiritually speaking, it does not exist. But she likes to flip it and swip it up and rub it down and like to throw it out there and make it look like I'm crazy.
Did I say anything?
When I'm not.
Point of order. I never said a word. And this boy that just made a whole 20-minute speech talking about what I said. You only heard me say none of what he just said. So next, you magazine.
You did say Democrats were always for black people.
I just want to say something.
Who's next? Thank you.
Can I, Lisa, I got a question for you. Do you think black people shouldn't have influence in both parties?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking Lisa.
Who are you talking to? At this particular party, the MAGA party, no.
So I'm going to tell you why that's dangerous, Lisa. So,
okay, tell me.
You know, I have a friend who heads up like black Republicans, right? And I've had a lot of clients who have government contracts and they do stuff with the government, and they're Democrats and they struggle to get access. And thankfully, I'm able to call my friend Reynard here, and he's able to help them. So if Reynard did not have that access to the Trump administration, there'd be a lot of black people be a lot more broke right now. So it is important, regardless of who is in charge, to have influence there. Otherwise, you're just leaving money and power on the table, and that is not a good thing.
True.
But how does your conscience feel that you're aligning with racists?
They're all racist.
That is, look.
No, they're not all racist.
Yeah,
they are racist on the Democratic side. Yes, they are.
Okay, you said all, sir. Please watch your words, because I will come back and get you. You said they're all racist. That's what you just said, sir.
There's racism on the Democratic side. There's racism on the Republican side.
Okay, then
the Democrats haven't done enough for black people for many decades. We don't have to debate.
The y'all is crazy. Okay, so the Democrats have not. Would you silent Democrats on the stage say something? Because I'm not gonna sit here and try to argue.
Unless you want to talk about the butter biscuits and the Big Mac and cheese and the catfish.
No, you did say butter biscuits. Now you know you sounding really stupid right now, and you're equating Democrats with butter biscuits. There's nothing funny about that coming from a black man who eats butter biscuits every fucking day.
But Lisa,
why are you trying to denigrate? Hold up, sir. Why are you trying to denigrate your own race and trying to be funny?
No, I'm saying that's what they offer to us. That's what they offer to us.
They offered you butter biscuits.
Nothing,
in the way of education, in the way of equal rights, in the way of civil rights, in the way of healthcare.
They also gave us benign neglect.
Okay, so I understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Mike,
I thought I was talking to Lisa. I thought I was talking to somebody.
Democrats giving trickle down.
Right now.
You just say shit, dude.
They've never been the party of
When do
trickle down.
Democrats give you
Democrats have
trickle
never been the party of trickle down. What are you talking
So
Just
black
talk.
people are getting all the benefits and the access, and they're getting.
No, Mike. The Democrats have
question.
never been the party of trickle down.
Sir, that's a question. Are black getting everything that they're supposed
Wait,
to get
hold on.
from the Democrats?
But you're
From the Democrats in
attributing.
power?
You're
Are you
attributing
going to
something.
answer the question?
Mike,
Or are you going to?
you're attributing something.
Are you going to
from
answer the question?
I'm going to answer the question. Mike, listen.
Because you're dancing.
You're attributing something to the party.
He's not answering the question,
Then
Lisa.
you can answer.
Mike, you're attributing something to the party.
questions. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. Just have the back and forth.
I would like you to jump in and help me when you see them attacking me about butter biscuits.
Lisa, I wasn't attacking you. Come on now. You know I got respect for you. Don't.
Every time somebody says got something to say about it, without letting other people talk. So.
Okay, so we are
Let
going
Arthur
to
talk.
people talk.
No, I'm just saying,
Go ahead.
you made a statement that the Democrats have never given trickle down, when the Democrats have never had that as their, what they were about. That's always been the GOP. So that right there negates anything you have to say, question-wise, because they've never been the party of that. Why would you attribute that to Democrats?
They talk
That's
about
always
trickle
been
down
the GOP.
welfare.
So when I'm talking about trickle down, obviously there are policies that have been established, but then we would see where, if there was, funding that need to be allocated, so on and so forth. You also have others were able to get those things, and then black people were basically getting the crumbs. That's basically what we're talking about. And yet still the net of it, let's just talk turkey. Black people are still not black people
should be applauding right now.
Black people are still underserved. Black people are still not getting all of the benefits that they should be able to get.
It just washes
Black
it
people
all
are
away.
still even when black people are
And so
qualified,
Hispanics.
even when black people are qualified, black people are still not getting hired for these jobs. It
And
goes
that's
on and on and on and on and on.
Hey,
These things
Mike,
happen.
That's
rather than
nothing to deal with the Democrats.
Rather than complaining, why don't you offer solutions?
I don't need people talking over me while I'm speaking. And so these
And
things
you gotta
happen
let it
under
connect them,
these
right?
things
Other
and
people
these
want to
things. Okay, no problem, Lisa. But these things happen under the Democratic regime, and so
Okay, so
you
black
guys never want to
men,
answer.
attention black men, now that Trump is in, you can go and get you a job at Lehman Brothers and go and get you a job on Wall Street. Just show up in your fucking saggy pants and your Timbs, and they're hiring right
See, now look at that. Why we gotta have saggy pants, Lisa?
The pursuit of happiness, baby.
Under the Republic Party, y'all go get all them jobs that you ever
Lisa, why are you
wanted to
doing
have
fake news?
without the fucking qualifications. Go right ahead, they're hiring. You trying to make it seem like the Democrats can stop racism. The things that you're naming that have to do with private corporations have nothing to do with the Democratic Party. I don't understand. So now you think everything is okay. There's an equal playing field now that the fucking Republicans are in. Go try it. Go try it. And wear a GoPro when you go, so we can all be here and watch you get that fucking job on Wall Street, that fucking job at Google, that fucking job at Apple. Just wear a GoPro. GoPro. First, you gotta go to fucking college. First, you gotta get the qualifications, and then come back and talk about how you didn't get the job. But you thinking just because you got the prison GED that you're gonna go to Apple and Google and Lehman Brothers and Wall Street and get the job? Stop playing.
I could say the black Republicans, the one thing I give them credit, we don't get into arguments with each other. And that is one group of people that are very tight.
And that's a good thing that you don't argue with each other.
We don't call each other, we don't go, you know, we don't pull up.
Right.
Yeah,
we don't pull up. That you don't argue with each other.
I think that's a good thing.
It's a great thing.
Why? Why is it a good thing?
Because even when we disagree, there's a level of respect amongst the Black Republicans that I don't see amongst the Black a bunch of left.
No matter if you're a Democrat or Republican, people who are educated have norms, right? So when they are speaking with each other, they operate like in the step up, step back. These are methodologies that you yourself don't even practice.
I don't even know what that means, but
So actually, Amari,
Please let Land, and then CEO, you're next.
You know, step up. You know what step up is, right? When you say something, when you step up to say something, and then you step back and let the other people in the space say what they have to say, and you don't assail it just because you're against it.
I literally didn't understand what you were saying. I mean, I wasn't trying to be funny. I mean, I'm being dead ass.
So many terms being used in so many different places. You know, I didn't know that this was unfamiliar to you, but I just gave you an analogy.
Yeah, maybe I didn't understand the analogy, and my apologies for my ignorance.
Okay, all good.
My apologies.
Amari, can you elaborate on what you're saying? Because I want to see if I'm getting your point correct about the not arguing thing. Can you build that out a little bit?
Definitely. So, minus, what we probably seeing today, but when I would say at least from 2017, late 2017 to 2020, I was around a lot of the Black Republicans. I mean, a lot. There was quite a few. Not three of them, as some people say. There's a lot more. And we would have back and forth debates, and it was still respectful. We were still black people. People still say nigga and shit like that. People still do that thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, these are actual black people. But, like, nobody be ready to fight. Like, I feel like when I'm in sometimes spaces on Clubhouse or other apps, people be ready to want to fight. Like, damn. So I noticed there's a big difference. That's all. Does that make sense, CEO? I hope I was clear on that.
Well, so I'm going to go off my experience. I mean, I did go to a Black Republican event in July, my friend Raynard put on, and there wasn't much discussion about politics. There was just discussion about supporting each other's business and all this and that. So I was wondering if that's what you was talking about.
Yeah, that part. Yeah, that too. I mean, but it was more political. Like, it was more trying to find strategy. Who can we put in office? Lisa, I put in the back channel. You said there's no Black Republicans. And
I didn't say that.
No, but there was an uptick in Black Republicans running for office. They just lose because these white people are not supporting. That's why Virginia, because Byron Donald was probably lose because there's a lot of racist white people. Regardless, if they're on the right, they're not going to put a black person at the head.
So why are you over there then? If you're not wanted, why are you over there?
Because the goal, Lisa, was try to. How can we build? Because I felt like the Democrat Party wasn't for us either, right?
Yep.
They were just so
for the black man.
They were just so far. No, they
not for the black women either.
No.
Well, yeah, obviously yes, darling.
So everybody has hold on, bro. Everybody has a materiality matrix that they've read. Anybody who knows that is who works in sustainability knows black women are at the top when it comes to hiring, especially when it comes to DEI, right? You have environmental policies, you have black women that have a certain percentage by XYZ.
DEI that Trump just ended, right?
I'm not worried about that. We're just talking about in general, right?
Yeah, we know you're not worried.
Please. A lot of black men felt the Democrat left them. Even Barack Obama has mentioned that, like, we have to get back to talking to black men. This is not rocket science. I think the Democrats have left us in many ways.
Hey, Omari, they mentioned, are black women some of the most educated people in this country right now?
I think black women are everything. I think they're goddesses.
Right, but I'm just saying, just from a college point of view, would you say that they are?
Even the ones that are not college educated are the greatest of all time. Period.
Right.
What?
So
Did you just answer that question about such a? He knew not to answer that question.
So we answered the black women in the
Because let me tell you,
the Democrats are already never.
He knew to govern himself accordingly. Okay, don't take the bait, baby boy.
because my grandmother, hold on, my grandmother Charlotte didn't have a college degree. Came to New York, got a job at MetLife, and let me tell you, she was one of the smartest women on this planet. Did crossword puzzles every day.
Black women the most educated.
Black women are the most educated. You talking about college? Yes,
They are. They're the fastest rising one. That was the answer to the question.
but black women have always been smart, even going back
Is that?
time.
That's the answer to the question, so we could progress.
So if you're talking about what Charlie Kirk said, I don't agree. If that's what
We're not even talking. She asked you just a very basic question. All you have to do is say yes they are or no they're not.
Yes, they are. Sorry, I always think there's trick questions coming. Sorry.
No, sir.
I need to see. That's where we need to talk more. That's why I love this space today.
Well, we love having you, Amari, because you have the constitution of a bull, of a rhino.
I'm a Taurus.
Oh, wow. Okay. So what we were discussing here, and we got off of Trump, but that's fine because we got Trumpers on stage, and we always are glad to see you guys on stage coming up and giving your, I'm sorry, giving your very unusual and distinct viewpoint on what's going on with the Republican Party. So let's circle back here. Now, you're telling us that the Democrats, we've had this argument so many times, and I think I want to do this, but I don't want to do this because I know you guys know, and I know you're just playing in my face. All the things that the Democratic Party, since we switched from the Republican Party, we got kicked out actually, to the Democratic Party. And you're trying to tell us that the Democrats have done nothing for Black people. And it's just ludicrous because you should know better. You're too old. You're way too long in the tooth to be in here talking this bullshit that you guys are talking. Right?
Well, Lisa, can you clarify? What do you mean the kicked out part? I'm not following on that.
When there was a switch from Blacks being Republicans to Democrats, come on, CEO, you know.
Well, no. So let's talk about that. So Blacks voted about 36 Republican for Richard Nixon in 1960, right? And then it changed in 1964. It dropped all the way to 4%. But that was more so because Lyndon B. Johnson really campaigned very heavily for the Black vote, right? It's not the case that the Democratic Party at whole did that. It was Lyndon B. Johnson specifically, because even if you look at the Civil Rights Act, the percentage of Republicans that voted for it was higher than the percentage of Democrats. You can look this up right now. But it was Lyndon B. Johnson. It was Lyndon B. Johnson specifically that did the job of switching things. And then over time, it continued to go that way. But it wasn't a rejection at that time by the Republicans. That's not true.
So, see, wouldn't you say that FDR also had contributed to the Black voters shifting over?
Well, I don't know. So I haven't studied that, so I don't want to speak on that.
You didn't go to Howard like LBJ did. LBJ went to Howard.
So under the New Deal, that many Black voters started to switch over to the Democratic Party because of economic programs.
Like Medicare and Medicaid.
Well, yeah, I mean, so clearly, like 36% for Nixon, isn't a majority of Black people, but it's still a significant portion. So I don't know what it was. So if you're saying FDR is what took it under 50, again, I'm not familiar with that history, so I'll take your word.
That's true.
The Lily Whites pushed the Black people away. And a lot of Republicans, especially MAGA, like to talk about the KKK and Democrats, but they fail to talk about, to push the Southern strategy. They won't even, like PragerU and them won't even watch it, and it's dishonest. even though they said only one person switched, which I believe was it Diamond Strong or whoever it was that switched. If you look at the voters,
So during 1930s, we had a 10% to 30% shift, and then 1940s to 1950s, we had a 40 to 45%, and then in the civil rights era, we had a 70 to 80% shift.
So Mark, why try to change a party that doesn't want you versus trying to strengthen the party that better supports you?
Well, I just said this earlier. You have to have influence in both parties because at some point the other party will be in power. And you can't just say, oh shit, they're in power, we're just going to completely fall apart. That's not smart.
Exactly. It's like playing Madden. You got to be in the game to play the game.
The problem with that is that hasn't worked. Like that idea, like in practice, like maybe you've got a friend who helped someone once. Like I'm not doubting your anecdote, but en masse, like that has not worked.
Yeah, but it's not just helping someone one time. It's a matter of hundreds of millions of dollars. So it's meaningful, and it's meaningful to, and you may say hundreds of million dollars ain't that useful, but it is for the people that it impacted and all the people who are employed and all their families, right? So it does matter. Like, it's better that he exists and he's able to help some people than if that influence isn't there.
But when you look at the
problem with what you're saying is that if, like, let's just say that Kamala had won 100% of black people and that the turnout had been higher. There's no doubt that there would be way more money flowing to black people from doing that than like having some minuscule influence within the Trump administration. And it's not even close. Now, there can be other reasons why you wouldn't vote that way, and I respect that people are going to vote the way they want to vote. But it's just like if we're talking dollars and cents, the amount of money that was stripped out of black communities in the quote-unquote big beautiful bill is massive, and it's particularly targeted, and that's to say nothing of the outsized impact on black people, particularly black women, and the Doge cuts and the other cuts to government.
Yeah, but Harris got, 87% of the black vote, right? Is that about right?
92, I thought.
Yeah, I think 92 is right, but sure. Whatever, okay. Very, very high. 9 and 10, roughly.
Okay, so it wasn't the black vote that held her back. It was the
I agree. No,
Yeah,
I agree. I wasn't making that point.
Yeah,
I was just making the point that if it had been 100%, the turnout had been higher.
But there's already an unreasonably high amount of black people voting for one party. Like, I don't know how much higher you could expect it to be.
Yep, that's a good point.
But again,
that's not the point that I'm making. That's not the point that I was making at all. The point that I was making was if you're talking about dollars and cents, which is exactly what you were doing, right? You were talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. And what I'm saying is if that's the point, then as a thought experiment, the difference in terms of the value, like we're talking about billions of dollars, maybe even tens of billions of dollars that have been stripped out of black communities and have been moved away from black working families because of Trump administration policy choices.
Your Honor, would I say, wouldn't it be better if you had more people who were like black Republicans on your side, or at least on the other side, working with you versus what you have now? I think you would have more bipartisan legislation.
How is Tim Scott working with us right now?
Tim Scott has tried to work with the Democratic Party several times. One was he went to try to get the policing, the bill. I forgot what it was called, the bill. Think of it. I don't know. I have to Google, as Patty would say. But he did, after George Floyd, he did try to go, and he was turned down. But that's a whole other subject, right?
It goes to what you were talking about.
But I do, Arthur, believe like someone like myself, I might have more conservative social views than what the average Democrat Party. Look, you guys have people on the far left, but not everybody's on the far left. You have a big tent party. What's wrong with like CEO said? What's wrong with the Republicans having a big tent party?
Because they generally haven't been
Great
party that's accepted us. They have not been a party that's wanted us at the dinner table.
I'm glad you guys brought that back to what we were talking about. So can you just give me a minute for this, because I know what I wanted to say, but this is going to say it better as far as blacks voters that leave the Republican Party. And thank you, CEO, for adding that, because what you said was true. But just indulge me just for a minute here.
The New Deal, because of the economic crisis and the efforts on the part of the Roosevelt administration to address the staggering poverty of the time.
In 1964, Black Republicans assumed they would back New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller.
Oh, wait, hold on. I don't know why they did that. Sorry, you guys. It just went and started playing something totally different. Hold on for just a second. That was weird. Let's see if I can go back to it.
So can I reference real quick why Tim Scott was turned away by the Democrats? It'll be fast.
Okay.
One, Democrats sought to limit qualified immunity to make it easier for victims to sue police officers, while Scott's bill did not change the practice at all. Scott's bill also called for incentives, grants, and study, while Democrats' version had far more mandates. Thirdly, critics like the ACLU said Scott's bill addresses not one systemic issue at the core of our broken system of policing, that's a quote, and also, quote, does nothing to end the state-sanctioned murder of Black people. Separately, Nancy Pelosi described Scott's bill as trying to get away with murder, actually, the George Floyd murder. So, while it is true that Tim Scott tried to work with Democrats, it turned out that his bill would have done nothing to actually solve the problem, which is why Democrats turned him away. Again, we must look at the details and not accept anything that Omari says at face value.
That's not fair to say, because
It is very fair to say.
I know Lisa wants to go, so
This is
this is
a little bit of a tricky one. So Dark Aaron is right in the sense that Tim Scott's efforts have not been sufficient. At the same time, Omari is correct to say that if that was a white senator from South Carolina, there wouldn't have been as much efforts done for the Black community as Tim Scott has done. So both statements are true.
There were white senators. They had a different bill.
No, I'm saying a white Republican. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. Tim Scott has done more in terms of his efforts for the Black community than a white Republican senator from Carolina would have.
You think Tim Scott did more than Jamie Harris in South Carolina?
He done more than Lindsey Graham.
Do you think he would have done more than Jamie Harris?
Oh, no, of course not. Of course not.
Okay.
Of course not.
Well, and that's why this whole argument is kind of silly.
It's not an argument, because guess what? The people of South Carolina voted him in, right? So the people of South Carolina voted Tim Scott as senator. He came with a bill, and guess what, Aaron, Your Honor, excuse me, what happens when people introduce a bill? You work on it, and you try to make it better. Dark can maybe explain to the people, did it end with that? What did they actually come together and try to make the bill better? Did they try to put their little 2 cents in and then bring the bill to what happened after that, Dark, since you educated?
This is exactly the reason why having a token person on the other side isn't worth anything.
Token? Wow.
Right?
I can't believe you just said that.
That's what he was.
He's literally a token. It's I'm not saying that he's simply there because he's a Black man. I'm saying that having a token person on the other side doesn't do anything for you, because he's not actually representing the values that most people want from that community. And this could be the same thing with the Jewish community, right? Like when there's a token Jewish Republican, which rarely happens, thankfully, that's not going to do anything for Jewish people because they're working at cross purposes. It's the same thing as it always is. So, and on top of that, if you're working in a party that isn't going to advance those interests, it's completely wasted political power. It doesn't do shit for anybody. And that's why when he was trying to get that through, there was no way
for you to actually say anything about this.
I'm literally not an operative.
Yeah, I will.
I want to
be a shill, but I'm not an operative.
Hold on for a second. CEO asked me a question, and I'm trying to answer it so I can move on. I told you that Black people were evicted from the Republican Party. Can I just do this, please? And then I'll let you guys get back to that important piece of conversation. Hold on, CEO. This is what I'm talking about. Just
let's go to
let it play out.
What's up, Anthony? How you doing, Mr. Kane, Ms. Reese? How are you guys?
Hi.
Good. This is more of a question. I heard you mention that Black folks were kicked out of the Republican Party. Could you expound on that for me?
Oh, wow. I've talked about this a lot, but I'll try and give you a brief history. So let me try and make it as plain as possible. Anthony, thank you for your question. Black folks, of course, began as Republicans. After the Civil War, the majority of Black folks were Republicans. Sadly, Black women couldn't vote. You have folks like Frederick Douglass and Bishop Henry McNeil Turner and Hiram Revels and Blanche Bruce. And they were supporting the Republican Party because that was the party that slavery was ended under the Republican Party. Now, of course, Abraham Lincoln was hesitant when it came to slavery. He was forced into glory, as they say, but that's a whole other story. But as time went on towards the end of Reconstruction, which is around, it ends, I believe, in 1877 with the Compromise of 1877, the Republican Party was already turning their backs on Black people. They were stabbing Black folks in the back, including a guy who like I like to some degree President Grant. They were tired of having federal troops down in the South to protect Black folks from white violence. I know we often hear about Tulsa, we often hear about Rosewood, but there was countless Black towns and communities that are being burned to the ground via white violence. I encourage you to look up the 1875 plan of Mississippi, where they basically out the Black elected officials and took it over. But let's fast forward. Black folks still hold on to the GOP. They're standing by the GOP. Then we get to the 1950s, brother. And in the 1950s, you see the Republican Party. Let's talk about region. You see Southerners transitioning to the Republican Party. Southerners. So it isn't always about the D or the R. It's about the region. And then when you have Lyndon B. Johnson and JFK to some degree putting in these civil rights laws, they basically lose. They lose the South completely, the Democratic Party. And I'm going to give you a quote from Senator Edward Brooke. He was the first Black senator elected in 1967. The first two were appointed. This is a Black Republican, Anthony. He says, he says it in 1964 because he sees this split happening. Senator Edward Brooke says, you can't say the Negro left the Republican Party. The Negro feels he was evicted from the Republican Party, right? How were they evicted? Look at the 1964 RNC convention when Jackie Robinson committed to Hitler's Germany, saying that folks were being called the N-word. Black folks were not being allowed. There's a great guy named George W. Lee, who was a longtime Black Republican, and he wasn't allowed to speak. And there was these proclamations that this is now the white man's party. And Dr. King talks about this. He says this in an episode of Face the Nation, where he says that he is scared to see the Republican Party turning into the white man's party. The power players, Strom Thurmond, Barry Goldwater, Richard Nixon, they made a decision. This will be the party of the Southern strategy. What's the last of the Southern strategy? It was an execution to play on white feet, white racist fears to get that Southern vote. It was the Southern strategy. And they didn't want the Black vote anymore. So Black folks were kicked out locally, and they were kicked out in their city council, their school board. The Republican Party took over. And the mark of that is where we are today. That's where we are today. So that quote from a Black Republican is so crucial. The Negro was evicted from the Republican Party. We were kicked out. We were unwanted. It's the reason why Dr. King supports Lyndon B. Johnson. It's the reason why Jackie Robinson, the iconic Jackie Robinson, a famous black Republican, he says that President Richard Nixon will be quote unquote death to the blacks. And he was right, because Richard Nixon puts in this war on drugs. So the white power players in the party made the decision to kick out black people. That's why you can't be mad at us. We don't support y'all, because we were kicked out in the 1950s and the 1960s. Then I can go on and on when you have, it continues with Ronald Reagan and him opening up his 1980 presidential general election campaign in Neshoba County, Mississippi, where civil rights workers were killed. I can go to George Bush, where the second Bush, he files a voting rights lawsuit, DOJ I should say, against a black man in Mississippi. Black man named Nick Brown had a voting rights lawsuit again. It was the first time the Voting Rights Act was used to sue a black man. Then, of course, his father decided to veto the 1990 Civil Rights Act. So it's been a long history of racism, of letting us know you are not welcomed here.
Right.
I will say this, Anthony, if this were 1868, I'd be a Republican. I don't have any loyalty.
Yeah.
The party is going to protect the most vulnerable. And lastly, Anthony, I'll go to you. When President Barack Obama gets in office, maybe that was it. That black Barack Hussein Obama and his wife, Michelle Robinson, that was it. And they upped the ante even more for the Southern strategy tactics. So again, don't blame us for not supporting this party. Y'all kicked us out. You kicked our grandparents out, our great-grandparents out 60 years ago. You've continued a legacy of explicit racism. Are Democrats perfect? Hell no.
No, definitely not.
God, no. I will critique Democrats left and right. But the Democratic Party where it is today, it's much better than it was when I was a kid. There was no Jamal Bowman in the Democratic Party when I was a kid. There was no Ayanna Pressley when I was a kid. There was no Malcolm Kenyatta when I was a kid. Who's your man? Oh my gosh, your friend Reese in Cali, in Stockton. Michael Tubbs.
Michael Tubbs.
There was no Michael Tubbs when I was a kid, right? So I believe that if we take over the Democratic Party the way that the MAGA folks and the Tea Party folks took over the GOP, we can have significant progress. But is it perfect? No. But do they want us in their party, the GOP? No. They haven't since the 1950s and 1960s. Anything you want to add to that, Reese? You know, I've given that speech a few times. You've heard me.
No, I mean, like, the bottom line is, there's so much that happens that is not happenstance. Like, it's just not a coincidence. Oh, we all magically decided at the same time to switch affiliations. It's the same way we didn't all magically decide to have negative views about this person. It's disinformation, or we didn't all magically decide, not all, but you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a way that Black people have been systemically targeted throughout history to create these shifts. And sometimes it shifts to our detriment because they're trying to keep us, like, for instance, away from the ballot box, keep us away from things that empower us. And then sometimes it shifts because, look, we got to survive. I mean, Tim Scott said we survived slavery, child. So, I mean, we got to survive the damn Republican Party in 2023 and before then. And so, you know, I think people just really try to portray it as a zombie move as opposed to a self-preservation move. And at the end of the day, I ain't hear nothing in debate 1, debate 2, or from any of these Republicans in their home states where they are governors or senators or whatever the situation may be that indicates that they will not be a threat to my Black life, my Black husband's life, and my Black daughter's life. And so for that reason, they're disqualified from anything that I would ever be considering, point blank, period. Okay, that's my answer. See you.
Yeah, I mean, so that history is such an oversimplification. It's hurting my heart.
That's what we're trying to do.
So here,
can get it. That's what we're trying to do.
Okay, so here,
so people like you, people in the audience can understand. Put it where the ghosts can get it.
Well, we need to have some truth here, okay? So
that's not truthful.
Civil rights, yeah, it's not complete truth. So here is the vote for the Civil Rights Act in Congress. 63% of Democrats supported it. 80% of Republicans supported it in the House. In the Senate, 69% of Democrats, 82% of Republicans.
the numbers were much higher in the Republican Party. Now, what happened was Barry Goldwater voted against it, and then Barry Goldwater got the nomination, and Barry Goldwater decided to shift the Republican convention strategy, right? So this was a candidate making the shift, and because Barry Goldwater did that, it obviously shifted the dynamics, and understandably, the black vote went from, and I looked up the actual numbers, 32% for Nixon in 1960 to 4% for Goldwater, right? When that happened, that shifted everything going forward. But it's like an oversimplification in terms of how it was framed. This was one candidate that decided to do this, and it had permanent consequences to it.
Does anybody disagree with what Clay said about the blacks being kicked out of the Democratic Party? Oh, okay, thank you.
Being kicked out of the Democratic Party?
I'm sorry, the Republican Party. I misspoke.
Okay.
Because we were, go ahead. So y'all can go back to talking about the step and fetches in the Republican Party right now.
Lisa.
Go ahead. The tokens.
So
can I go out the letter way to anybody? If you don't mind.
I'm real quick with it, all right? Just one sentence. I think that the reason why we left was because, like I guess that video says, the Republicans increasingly adopted the Southern strategy that appealed to white conservatives in the South, further distance black voters.
That's true. I just wanted to play something.
Goldwater did this. This is the thing that, like, you're saying it was the whole. It was Barry Goldwater. Like, do we not? What is the disconnect with what I'm saying?
Okay, all right.
So
go ahead.
It wasn't Barry Goldwater. It was all three. It was Nixon as well. Nixon played a big role in it too.
No, but Barry Goldwater was the catalyst for this. And then guess what? When you have a shift from that, where you only win 4% of the black vote, yeah, they kept that going forward because you had lost so much. Goldwater basically jacked up the entire thing. So at that point, they thought there wasn't any momentum getting that back. And Lyndon B. Johnson invested so heavily in the black vote, it just went down like that, right? It got a little bit better. It got up to 13-14% with Dole. But yeah, I mean that was essentially the backlash from Goldwater's.
That's so sanitized though, TC.
Right? So
it wasn't like some sort of benign turning away. It's been a systematic undermining of black political power for decades. Like, it seems like you're really sanitizing that.
No. Listen. FDR got 71% of the black vote in 1936. It actually, so that means 29% voted Republican in 1936. It went up to 40% under Eisenhower, right? And it was 32% over Nixon. Both numbers are higher than they were when FDR ran.
So,
yeah.
What's your point?
You just said it was going down, but it went up.
So
from 1936 to 1960, it went up.
I have a question for you. Are you saying that? Hold up, can I just have some question? Are you saying that Goldwater was a catalyst for the Southern strategy?
I'm saying Goldwater focused. Yeah, he voted. He was one of the Republicans who voted against the Civil Rights Act, right? And he ended up building his entire campaign strategy on state rights, and he shifted. He essentially, like, in some ways, he was as big of a political figure then as Trump was in terms of a shift for the overall party.
So that's a good point. Hey, so I just want to preface. I don't want nobody to get triggered, but can I get like 1 minute to play something? This is all going to tie together to what we're saying. Right. It's from 2016. Is that okay, Lisa? Miss Lisa, Madam Speaker.
She's sleeping.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me if you can hear it.
Subject that is so important and very personal for me. Nothing means more to me than working to make our party the home of the African American vote once again. Used to be. There are millions and millions of.
I'll just stop right there. So, just to let you know, he made a plan 8 years ago to try to get African Americans back to the party, tying it all together, what Goldwater did. Trump came in and said, I'm going to try to reverse that. That's all.
Play more.
Wait,
you play one sentence.
This is ridiculous.
I can post the link in the chat.
Can we please move on? This time, please.
Okay.
Let me have 1 second on this. Okay, so here's the thing, Amari, with that. Stephen Miller is the most racist, high-appointed government executive I can think of in my lifetime, right? And Miller has this really strong presence within the administration. So maybe you could say in 2016, like, you know, he wanted to head that way, but it hasn't worked out like that at all. And I think in this term, like without Ivanka and Jared there, I think like clearly there is no pro-black agenda in terms of Trump. Like there's no way to make a case that like Trump is pushing a pro-black agenda right now. I could not see it.
Yeah, no, I could agree with that. I mean, we did play some old clips, but also I posted some new clips. I posted a new clip of the summit they had in February when they gave Tiger Woods I think the Medal of Freedom, one of those medals.
Amari, he just said Stephen Miller, the chief of staff.
Yeah, but Stephen Miller was also part of the Trump administration in 2016. It didn't stop President Trump back then of talking to black people.
But he had Ivanka and Jared. That was a difference, right? And like one of the things that was happening back then was Ivanka was working very heavily with Marielle at the National Urban League, and they were actually making a lot of good progress. But Trump got so toxic that Marielle had to stop working with the administration, and that happened with a lot of black leaders. Steve Harvey tried to work with the administration. MLK the third. A lot of people tried to work with. Obama asked them to. Right? During the transition period, Obama had John Lewis, Steve Harvey, a whole bunch of black leaders meet with Trump and wanted to actually get something done. But he got so toxic, all of them had to abandon it.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I can definitely agree with you that this time around, it just seems like it's more of a revenge tour. He seems really pissed off at what happened to him the last couple of years. So I just, you know.
You mean accountability? So you're referring to?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to put those words in your mouth, go ahead, not mine. But I would say definitely, you know, he felt that he went through hell the last few years, and, you know, he seems pissed off. I don't know what, you know, that's what I see from him. I see just a bad person.
Should we pay that expense?
A spoiled child.
Look, I mean, I think Biden could have, you know, done the country a favor and said and just pardon him. He could have just pardoned him, and that would have, I think it would have been all over. But he didn't.
Wait, what happened? I thought we were talking about Trump.
Yeah,
well,
I think Biden
but
could
it's
have pardoned
Biden's
him.
responsibility to be accountable for Trump.
It would have healed the country.
So Biden could have helped.
Instead of going dark matter, he didn't have to go dark matter. Aaron, like he didn't have to.
No, Biden could have helped Trump not be revengeful.
In the bathroom at Mar-a-Lago. That was Biden's fault. Those documents were actually Biden's. That's what he's saying. It makes sense, I promise.
I think I get it now that you put it that way.
Uncle Joe promised to bring the
It
country
makes more
together.
sense when you say that.
When we expected Uncle Joe, we didn't expect him to go corn pop. We expected him to be, you know, Uncle Joe, and he didn't.
Explain why is it his
Because he's the president of, it's called the president of the United States of America. Like Barack Obama, there's no blue state, there's no red state, there's only the United States of America.
Exactly. Let me ask you one question. Do you think he would have did the same thing for Biden? He wanted to put Biden in jail, and he didn't want to give Biden a pardon. So what makes you think Biden would want to give him a pardon, and the same person would want to give you a pardon?
Because allegedly the adults were back in power. Allegedly. That's what we heard. We heard that term. The adults were back in power.
That's true.
And we didn't see that at all.
So they say the strong man is back in power. We haven't seen that. So what is the difference? So I'm trying to say, why should we pardon him for his crimes that he had nothing to do with?
I mean, the Supreme Court presidents can't be held.
So basically, you're saying he should support him and his Jeffrey Epstein shit, right? So now,
why do you always go to Jeffrey Epstein every time?
No, but that's part of his legacy. Hey, you can't deny it. Don't deny it. You can't deny it. It's part of the state. So basically, if he pardoned him, so what's basically saying?
What are you talking about?
No. You said he should give him a pardon, right? So
what are we going to pardon about Jeffrey Epstein? We're talking about. Were you not paying attention to the 4 cases? Jeffrey Epstein was not part of the 4 cases. What is this guy talking about?
There's 34 felonies or more.
34 felonies. Jeffrey Epstein was part of the 34 felonies.
I'm talking about the Jack Smith cases.
The Jack Smith, with the Jack Smith case? The Jack Smith case is that's something you really can't do. Because that's national security, B. Oh, so we're gonna allow you to hold national security secrets and possibly sold them, and possibly, I'll just say that, I give them a possibly sold them to foreign powers. So I'm going to give you a pardon on that, but you won't give me a pardon. Your party won't give me a pardon for having. Wouldn't even give my son a pardon for having his little.
You don't even know what's going on. He gave his own son a pardon before he left, and he actually physically signed it. What are you talking about?
If he didn't give his son a pardon,
we don't know that. I don't know. He gave his own son a pardon. What do you want me? Why are you derailing right now?
About the thing, Amari, is that you took something about Trump accountability and turned it into Biden not pardoning him to avoid accountability.
Did you not understand what I said?
And now you're talking about somebody else derailing. This is why.
No, the country would have been united if Biden would have did that.
Trump is responsible for Trump. Trump did things that he was being held responsible.
That's what basically saying.
Unfortunately, oh my God. Unfortunately, our justice system was way too fucking slow, in part because of a shitty AG, because the whole country deserved to know whether or not this man was innocent or guilty. That's how our justice system works. There's accountability in that. There's transparency in that. That's how the system is supposed to work. Now what is happening is that Trump is trampling that justice system. He's talking about pressuring his AG to prosecute his enemies. He's talking about basically not prosecuting Tom Homan after he gave an FBI agent accepted $50,000 from I believe it's an FBI agent. Like, this is someone who is trampling justice. That has nothing to do with Joe Biden. That has to do with the choices of one man named Donald Trump. And I don't give a shit if his little feelings were hurt because he was being prosecuted for things that he did. That is wrong. And this is what's wrong with MAGA, is that you guys will just look the other way or find some way to try to blame Democrats for it. And you completely lack any sense of responsibility or fealty to the basic ideals of this country. And it is embarrassing, and it's upsetting, and it's dangerous as fuck.
That's pretty funny for someone
honestly need to do something. You need to do something about it. Because what is happening is he is literally driving our justice system into the ditch. And that justice system, as flawed as it has been in many, many ways, is still like one of the fundamental reasons why our economy is strong, why our country has had a privileged position in the world for so many years. And doing things like, I don't know, trying to remove Lisa Cook under false pretenses is going to seriously damage this country. I'm done.
Go ahead, CEO. I know you came off the mute a couple
Yeah,
times.
Omari, I was just going to say, you got to go back to January 2021, where Mitch McConnell said the only reason he didn't vote for Trump to be removed or banned was because the criminal justice system would take care of it. Do you remember that, Omari?
Oh yeah, I think it was just a bad idea, CEO. This is my own personal views.
Yeah, so if Biden had pardoned Trump at that time, even the Republicans would have been mad at him, right? The only reason the Republicans came back around to Trump was because he got the base back somehow, short of that, they were even expecting him to be done politically and send his ass to jail, right? It wasn't until the base came back to him that they changed it to him.
Oh yeah, Ron DeSantis was already, he was measuring the drapes already in the White House.
Who's the base? What do you mean by the base of the Republicans?
The MAGAs, as they would say.
The people. Like Trump basically got the people back. He didn't, and then the politicians came. The politicians were against
100%. I mean, Ron DeSantis, we can go back and look. He's been trying to be, he was trying to be the leader right after 2021. So,
Omari, I agree. In his head, though. No, finish, Omari. He's not it.
The thing, man, Republicans will do anything to avoid responsibility. That's who they've become. As Donald Trump drives our country into the ditch, they got nothing to say. They'll just let it happen, and it's always someone else's fault, even though they've got all the power, all the control over the government, right? They got all the branches, yet they still have nothing to say. They don't have anything to say about any of it. All the things that they claimed under Biden, all the ways that they cried foul and all this, just nothing. It's just not equal at all. I mean, this man is out here. His cause of the day yesterday was Tylenol.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So crazy. This is what we got. Nothing has been done and nothing will get done because we're focusing on Tylenol, right? We're not focusing on the things that he said. We still got these people literally dying and hungry, and this motherfucker talking about Tylenol. And you guys are sitting up here and thinking this is all. See how they're running from this? They won't be on the stage too long. Y'all will be accusing me of mothering them. But when you start having a conversation with these people, just even answering questions and answering the question that you ask them without going into something completely different, it's just insane. I think the mental health of some people in this country really need to be evaluated. There's so much going on right now, and we're having press conferences about if pregnant women, I guess because we need to have a group of people reproduce, should be taking Tylenol. And it's so much. And then he went to the UN and literally went into the house of the UN and just made a fool of himself today. In full makeup.
Yeah.
Just nothing.
Yeah, that was incredible. How he just shadowed the whole UN. You know what was cool about the whole thing? I watched the whole thing, and then I watched the whole Jerome Powell interview as well. And Jerome Powell made just perfect sense into all the hard work I think that they've been putting into trying to balance this shit. You know, I don't know if anybody saw it, but I do recommend people watch George Wells' interview today.
Yeah, I think the lack of like precedent for a lot of this stuff is like really important to continue to call out. There's many examples. Happy to give more, but the one I want to highlight right now, because really it's the prior discussion about the perversion of the justice system, is like DOJ lawyers are just like lying pretty consistently to judges. So there's a case, the administration wanted to deport a bunch of children, right? Because they know that separating kids from their parents in the United States is going to cause an outcry. They tried that already. So what they want to do now is they want to take children who are in the United States who are unaccompanied and send them back to wherever they came from. And so they went in front of a judge and said, hey, we have all these. Well, so they tried to deport a bunch of Guatemalan children. And when some of the children sued, their lawyers sued, right, to stop the deportations, the government said, well, their parents asked for their return. These are kids, like 7 years old, like 10 years old, like little kids. And the judge who's hearing the case, his name is Timothy Kirk, appointed by Donald Trump. Okay, he just enjoined the deportations because, quote, the justification of the administration felt like a house of cards. The administration lied about the request of parents for these children to be returned. So the administration was trying to return these kids to a country where no one was going to accept them back. They're just going to drop them off in a foreign country, for the next. And this is happening. This is happening to like dozens of kids from several different countries, because this administration doesn't give a fuck, and they're willing to walk into a court and lie about it. And it really takes like a certain level of being brainwashed, motivated reasoning, to think that this administration is anything other than craven. Because even Trump-appointed judges can see pretty clearly that they're being lied to.
Here's the thing, like this is when they all scatter, right? This is why I don't really like talking to these dumbasses. I get the room likes it and whatever. But I just find it incredibly frustrating that the minute anyone holds them to any level of account, they run like the cowards they are. Because they don't want to accept any responsibility. Because the thing is they have all the power. They're doing all the things. What the left needs to be held accountable for talking loud and not able to do anything. Like what's going on? This is the table stakes of being in power. Is the people look at what's going on and they know that it's you. And these people are destroying like the most fundamental institutions of our country. And these jackasses, well, Biden should have, pardoned Trump. Really, that's the response.
I mean, that was so absurd, I couldn't even unmute to gather my thoughts quickly enough. And so I'm glad other people were here, but it was so ridiculous. I couldn't even. It's like when you hear a new angle of something that is more absurd than the last angle of something to defend the administration.
Like alternative facts.
I just know that broke me. That broke me when she said he had the audacity to say that. Just but see, that's the mentality of the MAGA. See, if it's right, they're winning. If it's wrong, or if they're doing something wrong and they can't fix it, it's Biden's fault. Biden could have fixed it if he did this. So, which one is it? Is he a bad president, or is he a good president? Like, they got to make up their mind.
people are wonderfully there for everything. Okay, what you guys do with the MAGAs?
We started talking about accountability and they ran away because they're cowards.
Real quick, there was an article on The Hill about a CEO poll that shows Trump economic policies are bad, but they're too scared to speak up. This is the world we're living in. And that's what I had my title. I changed it. We're just living in fear. Everybody's scared. Everybody's scared to talk. Everybody's scared to... Everybody is scared. And this is crazy of how we let this get to this level. I'm really, really disappointed at what's going on. And I can speak out. And I know we agreed to be a united force. And I am a united force. But I still have a brain. And I still have opinions. And I still have thoughts. I'm just really disappointed. I guess, is it too early? About what's going on with our silence. I know Akeem Jeffries came out and said something. I got to dig it up to even see what he said about what, I don't know. I just saw his mouth moving on a news show, and I didn't even bother turning up the volume. But it's just, to me, I don't know if you guys feel this way, or maybe you can throw me a life raft. I just feel that we basically just given up. We sit down and we're muted as well within our party. I'm really scared about the midterms. I'm really, really scared because I don't see it. I don't feel it. I feel that we're continuously going to keep going down this path of a dictator, of just having somebody just run roughshod over this country, and everybody is running scared because what happens? They speak out. They speak out. Like at that funeral, the things that were said were abhorrent, and nobody pushed back. The few people that did push back are getting hell, but the rest of everybody else is just silent. There maybe should have been a some type of rally for truth, or rally for whatever the fuck, where 200,000 people show up and just push back on all the bullshit. But I guess we're scared. So these CEOs are talking, are they secretly not giving their names, but they're saying that we talk about the economy. Donald Trump likes to paint himself as some sort of financial savior, the guy who knows how to make America rich again. But if you take a closer look, a different story emerges, and it's not just political opponents saying this, it's people who actually run America's biggest companies. According to a recent survey from the Yale School of Management shared with Axios in private, the leaders of some of the country's best-known companies say that a number of White House policies have been bad for their business and possibly illegal. Think about that. CEOs, the ones who usually play nice with Republicans, are whispering how these policies are hurting them, and yet the Axios article says in public, business leaders are keeping relatively quiet, fearing retribution from Trump. Translation: the so-called pro-business president has corporate America too scared to say what they really think. Let's talk about why. Tariffs, or as some like to call it, Trump turbulence tax, were sold as a way to protect American jobs, but in practice, they've been erratic, confusing, and downright costly. One day the deadline shifts, the next day the rules change, and businesses are left scrambling it's not just annoying, it's destabilizing. 71% of all CEOs surveyed in the Yale study said tariffs were directly harmful to their business, and 74% agreed with the courts that Trump's tariffs were flat out illegal as executed. Then there's the Federal Reserve. 8 out of 10 executives say Trump was not acting in the country's best interest by pressuring Fed Chair Jerome Powell to slash rates. On health care, 76% of them think policies under Health Secretary Robert Kennedy are putting public health at risk. And let's not forget the new $100,000 fee slapped on HB1 visas, making it harder for tech companies to hire global talent. So what does this all add up to? Businesses are delaying investment, cutting back on hiring, and watching costs climb. Consumers, meaning us, are paying more at the register, and the very foundation of our economy, confidence in the rule of law, is being chipped away. Immigration policy is another piece of this puzzle. 8 months into Trump's term, worksite raids have ramped up, and the ripple effects have hit hard. In California, workforce participation dropped 3.1% in a single month. Among the non-citizen, it plunged 7.2%. That's not protecting jobs. That's shrinking the labor force. Farms, construction sites, and food plants felt it first. The rest of us felt it later at the grocery store and in the housing market. Almost done. And with all this happening, the federal deficit ballooned. Thanks in large part to Trump's 2017 tax cuts paired with more spending. You remember his big, beautiful bill? It's kind of ironic. The man who branded himself a businessman left the country with a balance sheet that would make any CFO cringe. Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, the Yale professor who organized the CEO gathering, summed it up best. They're all afraid of being marginalized by the White House. That's the bottom line. Trump's economic playbook isn't some genius level strategy. It's chaos designed as policy. Sure, it might sound tough on the campaign trail, but data tells the truth. Businesses are hurting, workers are vulnerable, long-term stability is at risk. And here's the kicker. If you think Trump is the guy who can save the economy, just remember, most CEOs won't even say that out loud, not because they believe it, but because they're afraid to contradict him, and that to me says it all. So there you go. And that's where we're living right now, in fear.
Who said that? Who wrote that?
This article was written by Lindsey Granger. He's a News Nation contributor and co-host of the Hill's commentary show Rising.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Al, are you there? You still up? What are you hearing about business valuations these days?
So, in what regard?
Well, so it's being shared with me that business valuations are actually going higher, and this is a good time to sell a business. So I just wanted to see what perspective you're getting.
Yeah, this is IPO season. Yeah, this is the biggest rise of IPOs ever.
Okay, so then that suggests a positive related to business and a little different than what Lisa's saying. So I'm just trying to triangulate.
That's not right. There's a VC does better in down economies.
No, but he's saying that valuations are up, meaning it's a good time to sell a business. And that is what I'm hearing. Valuations for businesses are up.
Okay, so this is what I heard about Bloomberg, right? I agree with it. It's that the tech sector and AI sector, right, is pretty much saving the economy from a recession at this moment. What's your thoughts on that?
And I just want to address one thing before we leave it. VC and like M&A activity also goes up when the expectation is the economy is going down. So when the economy is like cranking and you can just invest in safer asset classes, things like stocks, for example, you invest in stocks because if you can get an 8% return from stocks, why take on a much greater risk of venture investment? So when you see the valuations of startups go up, it's usually running inverse to the economy writ large in terms of like the longer term expectations.
That's completely is illogical. Like if you look at the late 90s when the economy was boosting, valuations were up, and typically business valuations being higher are a sign of a positive economy. Can you point to a period of time where that was not the case, where they flowed in opposite directions?
Can't say business valuation.
Just give me a year.
That's not what we're talking about. Just give me a year. No, what you just defined is not a good argument because it's not business valuations writ large that we're talking about.
Yeah, it is.
We're talking about startups. We're literally just talking about startups.
No, we're not just talking about startups. I'm saying that.
Oh, you weren't? It sounded like you were talking about IPO season.
That's what he said. That's what Aleph said. That's what Aleph said.
So you're talking about business valuations.
So I am saying it seems to me across the board that is the case, right? I asked Aleph the question because I'm hearing business valuations are up. That's what the inside talk is, all right? It's a good time to sell a business. And Aleph said startup valuations are up, IPOs are up. So that is universally across the board. It seems like business valuations are up from established companies to startups.
That's not what I'm hearing. And part of it is that the economy is in this really weird place where there's certain sectors that are in fairly deep recession and other sectors that are in, like rapid expansion, which is not normal, right? Like there's a bunch of, like, for example, construction's not doing well right now. Really hurting. There's no way that a construction business valuation is high right now because except for the startups, by the way, because things are just moving the wrong direction, right? Like there's all kinds of logistical problems, like the basic inputs that they use, things like wood and steel are more expensive because of dumbass tariffs and all that kind of stuff. So like construction is down. Now there's other sectors like AI, which is a subsector or whatever, that are going in the other direction. So I would contest this idea that valuations are sort of broadly moving in a direction when that's not what I'm seeing, at least.
I would think that it's just been historical that the markets have traditionally gone long. They moved up and upward. But we do see a growing short. Especially in the area of hedge funds. Right?
I think the right way to characterize this moment is volatile. I don't think that there's consensus in the way that there has been. And part of it is just a volatile man, and the White House is taking actions that take us into uncharted territory. It's a real question. Like, what is he going to follow through on or not follow through on? If he does follow through, what are the impacts going to be? What are the impacts of what he's done already? Like, those things are not necessarily known as yet. And
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I couldn't cut you off. I think that the key word is uncertainty, Larry. Nobody likes that.
Yeah, I just think about all of this going on the last 8 months. These are all unforced errors. Like, none of this had to happen. We were on a trajectory, and you can argue about how great the trajectory was or how slow or whatever it is, how steep or not. But all of this that he's doing is creating such chaos and none of these businesses can plan anything, and nobody can hire anything. We've had negative job growth in New York, and our two biggest sectors are tech and finance. We have not, I shouldn't say negative, we've had flat. It is not supposed to be flat here. And even though the city is still vibrant and people are moving here and all that, and real estate prices are still ridiculous, that is not a good bellwether for what is to come. All of this is just unforced.
I think we need to wake up to reality, liberals, at least when it comes to the economy. The NASDAQ and the S&P all-time highs yesterday, last week, Friday. The economy is growing. If you're an investor, this is literally the best time in history. And let's not forget that when Trump won last year, the market boomed. All right? Now, we did have a little bit of, a little bit of shakiness on April 2nd, early this year. But then Trump stepped back from the ledge, and the stock market has been booming ever since.
It was not better than the 90s or the dot-com era, let's be clear.
What are you talking about? The NASDAQ is what, like, 3 times as high as
Bill Clinton had a surplus out the wazoo.
Please. I'm talking about the stock market right now. And I don't mind being interrupted, but please interrupt with facts, not nonsense.
What was the GDP?
If you're an investor, it's a lot better than this. It's a lot better now than it was then.
Well, of course, the stock market's going to go up. It's just the nature of it. But in comparison,
see, y'all have interrupted, same nonsense. Y'all were claiming just a few minutes ago that we're in a period of high economic volatility, it's shaky, da-da-da. But if you look at the numbers, the actual numbers, it's clear that Trump has led investors to the promised land, and he will continue.
How has he done that?
To grow.
How has he done that?
Economy in the world.
How has he done that? What policy has he passed that's done that?
I can tell you the numbers if you like.
No. What policy has he passed that made this happen?
If y'all stop interrupting, I can tell you. Go. Okay. Great conversation. Well, great sentence from me, really. Number 1, Trump's policies. Hold on. Oh my God. I'm also widely right. I'm widely arrogant, widely right. Reason for it. Number 1, Trump has created an atmosphere that's excellent for tech companies.
Which policy?
He's put exceptional crypto.
Which policy?
He's put exceptional people. I'm telling you, full of shit. He's put exceptional people in his cabinet.
Can I just?
Oh, here we go.
What policy?
I'm telling you.
What policy?
That's part of policy. Exactly.
Which policy?
Can
you do one point at a time?
We can do one point at a time.
Just do 1 point.
Name one policy, please.
Yeah, let him get his one. Let him do his first one.
Sure.
The first point was it's a good environment for tech, right? Is that your point?
I would like to, as a matter of fact.
Name a policy first.
Man, shut the fuck up. Maybe I can tell you.
Go.
Okay, good. Number 1, he's invested in Intel. He bought a large stake in Intel, about 10% stake in Intel. Number 1. Number 2, he's expanded the partnership. He's allowed, hold on, American investors, Silver Lake, Andreessen Horowitz, and Oracle, so that America's privacy will be safe. The Chinese Communist Party.
Wait, pause right there. Pause there. Pause right there. Wait. No, pause right there.
So just one second. So he made a point about Intel and TikTok. So let's just focus on that. Go ahead, anyone who wants to respond.
I didn't make a point. The point was about tech in general.
Okay.
And the valuations we've seen as a result of his policies.
Yeah, I can feel the tech.
Getting the cart before the horse.
So here you go.
Liberals need to learn how to listen.
Okay, let me
One at a time.
okay.
That it don't help person.
God damn it.
Stupid
So
stuff.
while they're trying to debunk you,
NASDAQ all-time highs
while
don't
they're
lie.
trying to debunk you, you can put what you're saying in the chat to back up your point. Let whoever want to debunk him go.
All right, thank you. So, Kubu, okay, first step, okay, you mentioned that tech companies in the tech sector were not affected adversely. That's what I'm understanding you said.
I never claimed that. Never claimed that.
Okay, but you said that they were doing, the tech sector benefited from trans policies, right?
So far
Okay,
they
so
have.
let's look at NVIDIA.
Net they have.
NVIDIA wasn't able to ship their chips to China, and when they announced their earnings this quarter, when it was positive, the market punished them because they didn't have the explosive growth that they had last year and the year before, year over year. And this, they lacked the Chinese revenue to make that explosive growth. Remember, it was 50 plus billion, right? And it could have been 100 plus billion, all right? And this is also reflected in Apple, right? No, NVIDIA wasn't able to get revenue from China because they did not ship any chips to China. Okay?
And let's talk about it. The U.S. government invested $8.9 billion. Hold on. So the American government invested $8.9 billion into Intel. So what I'd like to show is what exactly is the return on that $8.9 billion investment?
Look, where was NVIDIA?
No.
Oh Lord, see y'all.
Answer the Intel question.
We hear.
Answer the Intel question.
We hear your strong man coming from a mile away, bro. That's why.
If he says Intel, you should respond to Intel, not NVIDIA. It's just kind of weird, dude.
Yeah. Someone just talked about NVIDIA 2 seconds ago. Did you not hear that? Or
I just asked you about Intel.
What was your idiotic? Oh, sorry. What was your question about Intel again?
The U.S. government invested $8.9 billion into Intel. How much have we seen them return on that investment?
I'm not sure. It's a long-term play.
Hold on a second. Are you suggesting you don't think the Intel investment will pay out positively long-term?
Exactly.
Do you really believe that?
Cash flow Conquerors paid out.
Do you really
Why would an
believe
Intel? Jesus.
I think there's an argument.
I'm certain it will be paid off. I'm certain it will be paid off.
There's an argument to be made that while that will sort of pay off in the narrow scope, the fact that the government is picking winners and losers in this way is going to lead to a less efficient market and is going to ultimately hurt the U.S. and its interest in the long run.
Sorry, we have to maintain supremacy in semiconductors. This investment helps us do that.
Well, yeah, this is a tricky one, though, Your Honor, because, like, the government funded green energy, right? Like, and we all think that that's been very valuable, right? So why do you have pushback against that?
Well, yeah, no, what I would say is that the mechanism matters, and and the U.S. provides subsidies. First off, those subsidies are short term, and there's a competitive bidding process that goes into who ultimately wins those subsidies, right? So, like, you can have a Solyndra and a Tesla happen in the same round of subsidies, for example. When you're talking about investing directly in a company, you're literally centralizing the economy and nationalizing it effectively. I mean, we've partially nationalized the companies that Trump has quote unquote invested in.
But this was a Biden policy.
Hold on a second. No, it wasn't a Biden policy. There was the Biden policy was the CHIPS Act, which involves subsidies. And there are definitely companies that benefit from those subsidies, but that's not investing in those companies.
But the mechanism that allows Trump, hold on 1 second. I just want to get clarity because maybe I'm wrong about this. The mechanism that allowed Trump to do this with Intel was set up under Biden
Is that correct or incorrect?
I'm honestly not sure.
That I can answer. I can answer that question.
It was set up.
It was the rationale.
If you don't mind going off mute.
Go ahead. You can say misinformation. That's fine.
Cool. I don't know if you know how to say anything other than ad hominem, personal, and lies, but that's okay.
Just gonna give him misinformation as you've been doing the entire time. But go ahead.
This is my first time being off mute since you've been in the room, but okay. Just proving my point. So, to answer your question, CEO, the CHIPS Act was the statutory basis for the grant funding that Intel was supposed to receive, and the Trump administration pointed to provisions of the law as a basis for saying that they were entitled to take an equity stake. But I would just kindly suggest that while I think there is a stretched textual argument in the statute that might allow for an equity investment, it is a stretched reading of the statute. And in particular, I would point out that in a prior version of the bill, that legislators like Elizabeth Warren preferred, it actually included specific language that would have allowed the federal government to take an equity stake, and that language was struck from the final version of the law. So I don't think that anyone who was seriously watching the policy before the Trump administration made this move thought that it authorized the Trump administration or any administration to take an equity stake in the company.
Look, we've bought equity stakes in American companies before. During the financial crisis, the GFC of 2008, 2009, the U.S. government purchased stakes in American auto majors. So this is nothing new. This is not something that's unprecedented.
With all due respect, nobody was talking to you. I was talking to the CEO.
Sure, you're finished. Number two, equity stakes allow long-term alignment between stakeholders. So actually turning these grants into equity stakes creates tighter alignment between American supremacy in the semiconductor industry and the U.S. government. It's that simple. Now you can get back to your foolishness, sir.
Turning a grant. Can I ask you something? Grants, they don't have a bunch of interest. Grants you don't have to pay back.
They don't have to strings. Yes.
Why? Okay, but why in the world would you take away grants to turn them into equity stakes? And you have a lot of folks that use grants for various reasons, and you want to take that away and turn it into an equity. That is horrible.
It aligns the interest more tightly.
Brother, it's not that.
Hold on, let's Ashton. So let's just answer that for a second.
That's weird.
It aligns interest more tightly.
Scenario one.
But it erases the ability for nonprofits to borrow, brother.
No, Ashton, let's just tie it to Intel for a second. Let's just explore this for a second. So scenario one is we give the $433 million to Intel as a grant. It's a grant. U.S. taxpayers, the only way they benefit is by whatever additional revenue Intel makes and an increased tax base, right? Scenario two is that the government has a 10% equity, and now taxpayers are receiving benefit off that equity plus the increased tax
capital gains.
In what world is that not better for American taxpayers?
Well said, CEO. Love what you're saying.
Circle jerking.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that the program is bad or whatever. All I'm saying is when you have institutions and others that maybe can't, like churches, and other things that they use grants.
This doesn't apply to them. This doesn't apply to them.
Okay, what about other places besides? You have a lot of places.
It doesn't apply to them. This is a unique scenario.
Okay, but I thought he was talking about eliminating grants entirely, and I'm sitting here doing the math. It would collapse a lot of companies. Yeah, that'd be a bad idea. Okay, long as he's saying a select category or something like that, then that may be something maybe to look into. But mathematically, that's not possible. You have 365 million Americans, and you're asking a company to crank out how much would each American get based on what percentage, state stuff. Each state is different. How in the hell is that going to work? Because each region and state and territory is different in how things would be paid out. And how would that work? I'd like to know.
So it's not that like we're all going to get checks from an Intel dividend, but it's, and I'm just going to make up a number. If it ends up producing 1.9 billion in additional revenue for the government, then that is 1.9 billion in additional programs that are being funded.
But they spent 8.9 billion in investments.
Yeah, but
so
1.9. Hold on, but 1.9 billion annually over 50 years is a great return on investment. You don't expect to get the whole amount back in 1 year.
No, I'm not expecting that to come back in 1 year. I'm not. Right? But you can't say that that's a great investment when it's long term and we don't know where the hell shit's going to be 5 years from now.
Bro,
then you can't say anything about any investment if that's the case. This is so illogical.
Intel is a great American company. Like, we don't think Intel is going to be.
No, no, absolutely. No,
Exactly.
I'm not. It's not so much that I think that Intel's not going to be here 5 years from now. This fucking country might not be here 5 years from now.
It'll be here under some dictatorship.
Okay, so we can all agree that the Intel deal is pretty positive, right? Because it also has NVIDIA backing it up, so it creates a circular economy. That's fine, but that doesn't say that the broader spectrum of the economy is better just because speculative markets are going up.
The stock market
Well,
is
also,
not speculative.
hold on a second.
Because of the economy.
Am I ready? Can I go now? Am I ready?
No,
You guys ready?
I'm going. You can go after me.
All right, go ahead.
So I actually disagree that this is a good thing. And it's not just an economic decision here. Like the idea of simplifying it to, it's like the president's job to sort of maintain the national purse and decide what we're going to do with our money is a very, very problematic view of how government should work. There's a bunch of reasons for this. One is the more government is tied to private enterprise, the more influence private enterprise has over government. We don't necessarily want Intel to have a privileged position within government. That's actually, in fact, very, very problematic. And there's all kinds of other governmental decisions that are going to be made now that are going to be thrown into question because are they doing this because they favor Intel or because it's for the good of the people? And this is why generally when economists talk about, nationalized industries, they can be very, very problematic, and why most economists only recommend this in very, very limited cases. And Intel is not one of those cases. Not even close.
Definitely is. Intel's in trouble.
That's one of. Why are you talking right now? I'm sorry. You can talk after me. You talk over and over and over again. You say dumb shit and you're arrogant. It's kind of
everything I've said has been right.
I will throw you down if you interrupt me again.
I gotta go to bed.
Do you want me to throw you down?
You. Yes.
Keep talking.
Fuck you. I just did it.
All for people.
Oh no.
Hey,
I'm so sorry
I'm
right now.
trying to keep up. Come on now.
Okay. So let me say what I was saying here, right? So there's also going to be big questions when it comes to transparency. So why is the government moving in the way that it is? How much has to be disclosed? And you're now creating a differential situation between Intel and other companies like it. Are you going to feel comfortable if the government is moving a certain way with Intel and there's the appearance that it might not be moving the same way with other competitive companies?
AMD.
Also, what happens? Exactly? And what happens if they invest in both of them? You know what I mean? So this is why it's not good as a general rule for the governments to get involved. And the idea of equating bailout investment, which are basically, like we call them bailouts for a reason, because basically the government stepped in to stabilize companies where if they were to have failed, it would have just destabilized the whole economy. Comparing that to this investment, it doesn't make sense. That's clearly an emergency situation, and this is not.
But it seems like
Sia, one quick thing.
that.
Yeah, thank you. That I think is important to be back on your honor. And just to be very clear about this, right? I'm responding to Kubu, who equated this investment with the bailout of banks and car companies and called them the same thing, right? And one of many reasons why they're not even close to the same thing is because the bailouts in 2008 and 2009 were authorized by the legislature, which has the power over the purse, and provided specific parameters around what type of troubled assets could be purchased by the federal government and how much money could be dispersed to stabilize the economy, right? And so there's a very important distinction between Congress presenting a law to the president and him signing it and then going ahead and executing it to stabilize the economy with very, clear, specific definitions and parameters around how to do that versus an administration just deciding that they're going to decide when things are troubled enough they need to go do something about it without authorization from Congress. Because then they can just say, well, we think, whatever company, Kraft Heinz is in trouble, we need to go by them. Like, who the fuck knows, right? So where the authority comes from is itself very important.
Well, so
Intel is in deep trouble.
Just give me a second. I just feel like the framing.
Yeah, so is Nike. Who gives a fuck?
I feel like the framing here goes.
Semiconductors are strategic.
And you
are not.
Hold on, Kubu. Hold on a second.
Yeah, so are the damn companies. Again, who gives a fuck?
The framing you all are giving here sounds like a bit of a cheat, though. You're basically framing it as investing or not investing, but it is actually give a grant with very little return, or get an equity stake and have more return. So that is the actual framing. You're spending the money one way or the other. The question is, how much do taxpayers benefit from the money being spent? So you guys are cheating in terms of how you're framing it.
But you're also picking winners and losers as well.
Nothing wrong with that. We need to maintain strategic supremacy in the semiconductor industry. It's that simple.
No one is talking to you, dude.
And no one's talking to you. You're not saying anything intelligent.
So CEO,
this ain't stupid.
Is it cheating if Congress, literally, which they did,
spit it out now.
Considered, Jesus fucking Christ, considered whether to allow the executive to take equity stakes or not, and decided against it? How is that framing cheating then?
No, what I'm saying is that the money was going to be spent one way or the other. Is that correct or incorrect?
Not necessarily. I
mean, it would be grants. It would have just been
in the specific. Yeah. So in the specific case of Intel, the money was going to be spent already because it was committed per grant. That Intel had already entered into. Right. Okay. But the framing of what I'm saying is there was not a choice under most people's understanding of this statutory authorization. So you're saying, well, the framing should be between choice A and choice B. And what I'm saying is, why is that? You can't even adopt the framing if you don't think that the authority was there in the first place.
But these are situations in which grants would be provided, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So then it's just a matter of if it's grants, again, with little taxpayer ROI, or if it's equity with a lot more taxpayer ROI. That is the real binary decision.
No, but what I'm saying is, I don't know why this isn't clear. So it's a decision. So absent restraints on authority, right? In a world where you can make any decision you want. So in your world, where you're CEO of a company, and you can decide to enter into a joint venture with another company, you can decide to just take an equity stake. You can decide to license technology, right? You have the full world of choices because you have no restraints on your authority, hypothetically, right? Let's not worry about corporate law restraints. But this is not you as the CEO of a company. This is you as the President of the United States of America, which means you have to base your decisions on either constitutional or statutory authority. And so what I've told you, let's just again put to the side what I, as it is a very stretched reading of the statute. Let's just, for the sake of the conversation, assume that there is no reasonable reading of the statute that's the Trump administration's position, right? So the binary that you presented is not possible because the executive doesn't have the choice E available to it because it is a limited power executive. The executive function in the United States is not unchecked. It's not an unbound power. It is a limited power. Well,
you gotta have regulations, brother. I mean, look here. I'm maybe I'm
Wait,
old school or whatever.
Ashton, hold on. Let the CEO respond.
Our CEO, my bad.
Oh, yeah. Yes, give me a second because I'm just trying to look up one thing related to this. So let her respond. I'll respond after her.
Go ahead. We need some kind of regulations. We gotta have it. Excuse me. We can't live in a society where people can do whatever they want with, the stock market or whatever, or people trading, and doing things behind closed doors that they ain't got no business doing. That leads to a lot of stuff. You gotta have it. We're not in this imaginary world because when this real world fails, we're in trouble, right? That's just what it is. All this magical rule talk and all this other crap, that just ain't gonna work in the real world. And people's lives are at stake, and the stock market is not a fair balance for Main Street. Haven't heard not one of you talk about the struggles of Main Street and how people who are on Main Street really could care less if the Dow Jones Industrial Average is blah, blah, blah. They don't care. What they see is high prices at the grocery store. They see high prices all around in places that they shouldn't, in places that they were promised that it wouldn't be. That's a problem. And Donald Trump promised to his party, y'all are losers, because he said that prices would be lower, and they're not. We wouldn't be in a war, and we are. Whatever the case, it's a problem. And the promises so far, even your own party has said on TV, we ain't signed up for this, and they want their vote back. Too late. A lot of you
get 4 years to make a change. You don't.
He's
8 months.
He's horrible.
8 months. No leader can make magical change in 8 months. So again, his last day is in 2029 on January 20th, and so let's give him a chance. Let's talk
right now.
Let's talk. Let's have this conversation then, right?
Let's kick the can down the road. Okay.
Well, I mean, Biden couldn't do anything. Nobody could just stop him. I don't know why he's.
There were many all-time highs during Biden,
right.
But y'all still said the economy was fucked up.
We had 47 so far.
Hold on. Your grocery bill goes from $380 to $500 and something dollars. Brother, I'm telling you what it costs to eat. What I'm sitting here and paying, and I see the damn bill.
Okay, let me respond. I want to respond now to the question. So I just was reading the statute. So it says under the CHIPS Act, financial assistance in the forms of grants, cooperative agreements, loans, loan guarantees, and other transactions, right? This other transactions has also been used by Department of Defense, NASA, DARPA, and Department of Energy to take equity or warrants in private companies. This has been something that's happened even in the 90s. This happened. So this has happened quite a bit in terms of the history of the federal government. It's not something new with Trump.
Okay, so 2 things to make sure I understand what you're saying. You read the CHIPS Act, right?
Yes.
And then you referred to in the 90s. So the CHIPS Act was not enforced in the 90s.
I know.
So again,
I was saying it as precedent.
No. So again, my point was about the need for specific authorities. And so, for example, 2008, 2009, equity stakes were based on authority under TARP. So I don't know what authorities, I don't know what investments you're talking about, but there's no possible way that they could have been based on the CHIPS Act. And to the extent that there are existing authorities for the administration to take the equity stake that they did in Intel, they should have cited those. But instead, they cited the CHIPS Act and the provision that you read. And so I would point out. So I want to point out two things real quick. One, typically when you read a list, and at the end of the list, there is a catch-all. The catch-all is read with reference to list, which means that it has to include similar things to what are included in the list. Now, if you go back and you look at that list, you'll see that the things that it references are not like equity stakes in companies, right? They're like grants and loans. So that's one. And two, so on the same point, but kind of separate sub-point, right, is that, again, if you look at the legislative history, the bill included specific language that would have covered equity stakes that was stricken from the bill. And so the fact that the legislative history shows that it was considered by Congress and then deleted suggests that the reading of the list that I just provided you is the correct reading of the list. Now, I want to just acknowledge for you, so you know, in fairness, that some people adopt the reading that you're suggesting, even though I believe, for the reasons I gave, it's a stretched reading. Now, the second point I want to make is that regardless, it's just two very discrete points. Let me finish. So, the second point is even accepting the reading that you gave, right? The Intel had already entered into the grant agreements with the U.S. government. It was in process of building the plants and obligating them, which means that the government is renegotiating the deals in the middle of actually going forward and implementing, which no good faith business party does, right? So even accepting your reading, really the U.S. government had already entered into the relevant agreements. And so if we accept that the U.S. government is going to be a good faith economic actor, it should adhere to the agreements that it already negotiated.
Okay. So the thing about the other transactions, as you mentioned, is there's previous precedent about what that means. It goes all the way back to the 1989 National Defense Authorization Act, which gave DARPA the authority to enter other transactions, which included equity ones.
Right, but
there's
go back and read DARPA, though. It includes other different lists.
There's multiple companies in which they did that, right? And then by the time you got to the late 90s, a lot of other government agencies began doing this. So there is precedent that other transactions means equity. That is well established that that's what that term means.
It's not.
So
with all due respect, it's not.
Then how did the equity occur multiple times in multiple agencies?
Because
what allowed that to occur?
Different statutes. You're taking different statutes and saying because it happened under this statute, that means it can happen under that statute. But that's not how legal interpretation works.
That's how legal language works. Yeah.
No, because that language again is within the context of a different list in a different statute. So just because I say the words, and other transactions in statute A, which refers to, let's say statute A refers to the protection of fisheries, and it enables the federal government to, take equity stakes in fisheries around the country. And enter into other transactions. And so that the government goes off and enters into a bunch of equity-like transactions with fisheries around the country. Then we have another statute, let's call it the debt stabilization statute. And it says the government can issue loans and securitized, asset-backed, stuff and other similar transactions. Just because in the fisheries law, I said other similar transactions allows equity stakes, doesn't mean under the debt stabilization statute, the same words mean the same thing, because the context of the statute itself is totally different. Does that make sense?
kind of. The issue is that other transactions has been a catch-all for flexibility. So it has meant profit sharing, equity, royalties, license, cost sharing, IP ownership flexibility. It essentially has consistently been language used to provide flexibility. Do you disagree with that?
I understand that, and I agree with you on that. And what I'm saying, like, this is not like that big of a dispute. I think I want to acknowledge two things to be true at the same time. One, I do fundamentally disagree with you on the reading of the statute because the examples that you're pointing to rely on other statutes that include other languages that had different contexts. And two, and on that same point, sorry, most people that are serious about this and that were paying attention to the law when it was being negotiated, when it was passed, and when it was being implemented by the Biden administration took my view of it. I want to be very clear about that. And we have a different administration. They're taking a different position, and they want to adopt your reading. And they have some lawyers who are going to go into court and fight for your reading. And like maybe the Supreme Court or other courts are going to accept that. So I don't know if I'm right or if you're right. I think you're wrong, and I have good reasons for thinking that. But like, go forth and conquer, CEO. You know?
There is something that happened. I think that they started some potential equity investments. The one that was from the 90s, though, they didn't have any equity investments. That was all contracts and outlaws.
Yo, I think the whole premise when it first started, where the fuck is Kubu at anyway?
Did you have equity in business or did not have equity in the 90s in business? When did equity come about?
What was that?
I'm aware of a lot of examples. I don't know exactly what CEO is talking about. It's not entirely unprecedented for the U.S. government to take equity. It's not common, though.
I mean, CEO, I'm really surprised that you, who I think of as like being a pretty mainline capitalist, to hear you advocate for government taking an equity stake in a private company. Do you not see the drawbacks, like the downsides of this, and like why wouldn't, like if you like this, why don't you think the government should expand this, or do you think that it should expand?
Yeah, so 10 years ago, I would have been completely against this. But the reality is now that we have 2 trillion annual deficits, and we're now at almost 40 trillion, and we're going to be approaching 50 trillion, and we're going to get to a point where we basically are choking out all social programs because of the significant annual deficits. The government needs to figure out other ways to generate revenue, because if we are not going to do a very aggressive job of cutting, we're just going to create a very miserable nation. So I think you have to have some approaches that increase revenue, or we're just all screwed anyway. So that's why. So I think it's a drastic measure. It's not something I would naturally be in favor of, but I think that essentially it's going to have to be this way unless people toughen up politically and do the right thing in terms of trying to balance the budget.
So can I ask you to the
quick question? Just a quick question. Are you at liberty to disclose how much stock in Intel and Nvidia you own?
I own 0 Intel. I do own plenty of Nvidia.
Got it. So would you say that there's a personal incentive for this to go well?
Okay, Butter. Can we give Butter a chance? Because she's new to the stage, if y'all don't mind.
Yeah, I kind of have a different spin on this because I was thinking about the case of, one of many cases, but let's just take Apple, for example, in the mid-90s after Jobs was forced out and they were on the verge of bankruptcy. And what happened was they restructured and went back to, they returned to more simplicity and streamlined their product line and they cut 70% of their offerings to focus on their core products. I think that, and in the end, they made some strategic partnerships, and I think they did invest more money into the company, and here we are now with Apple, and that's just sort of like the short synopsis of it. But I think that when you start talking about the government investing in corporations like that there is a risk. There's just inherent risk in that, I think, in terms of funding and misappropriation of funds, like all these things, especially after cutting so many government work. I'm sorry. Somebody. I just think that there is probably a better way, and also, I think there are other ways to reduce the debt too. I'm not saying that there aren't, but I think this one's particularly risky because of what it is and the administration that we have, quite frankly, and not enough oversight. So I would think that we could find another solution, which in my suggestion would be to restructure.
So
I think that's
BARDA,
excellent.
Just a quick fact, but BARDA had warrants in Moderna and didn't exercise them. That could have been billions of dollars in revenue for, again, American taxpayers. So how is that a good decision?
Have the warrants expired?
Hold on.
Have the warrants expired? Have they expired?
I know the government decided not to exercise them, so
okay,
I don't.
So the relevant question is if they've expired, because if the warrants are in the money and they haven't expired, you don't exercise because the optionality itself has value.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know. I'll look it up.
Okay, piggybacking on what Butter was saying, one of the things that happened with the Intel deal is Trump is now pushing for the CEO of Intel to be fired or resign.
Yeah, but with 10% ownership, there's not a majority share.
It's hugely problematic that the federal government is pressuring a private company about its decisions. Especially a company that isn't, especially a company that isn't in some sort of like dire straits that have the potential consequence of like ruining the entire economy. Like there's a reason why these sorts of investments in the past have been very, limited to emergency situations almost entirely. I mean, the conflicts of interest are off the charts. I understand that this is hard.
Can I make one other quick point, just on kind of the legal way to think about this authority? This Supreme Court came out with the major questions doctrine because they were like, canceling student loans is like too big of a decision for the executive to do on like flimsy statutory authority. Seems like taking 10% stakes in major American companies might be too big of a decision to make on stretched statutory authority. Just, consider that.
I mean, it's just that, like, the slippery slope argument makes itself. Like, where does this stop? And, like, what happens if, there's a major shift in the economy? Like, what happens then? Are we more likely? Oh my God, man! Hold on a second. Are we more likely to bail out Intel now than we are a similarly placed company? Like, are we going to choose them as our favorite? Like these problems are really, really intense. And also, the basic conception of how our economy works is that we don't pick the winners and losers at the governmental level. We let the free market play out, and that free market is fundamentally efficient, and it does better than any centrally planned government can do. And when we violate that fundamental principle, we do it because there's parts of the economy where it makes sense to do that, where there's sort of inherent monopolies, or where there's some kind of national interest. But we don't do that at like picking stocks the way that, CEOs picked NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, but so, Your Honor, are you being consistent in the sense that you're saying, yeah, we shouldn't give back grant money either? Are you also saying
grant money is not the same thing?
Come on,
it's not the same thing.
But the thing about this is that if you're okay with giving the grant money, and the option is that grant money converts into equity, what's the issue? You wanted to allocate the money anyway.
I actually don't think that it should convert to equity. I don't agree with that. I personally think that there should be more of like a give back when it comes to companies that get large grants and then become, wildly successful. I think that there being some sort of basic, you pay 3x back if you reach some sort of level or something like that, I think makes some sense. Because if you got money at an important time, like say, I don't know, Tesla did, then I think it makes sense for there to be some kind of give back. Now, that said, I also recognize that is problematic. It's sort of easy to say, but it's problematic in the sense that if the government can get money back from that company, but not another company, they may get, preferred treatment, because if that company does well, the government gets paid, and if the other company does well that didn't take any government money, well, then they don't get paid. And that undue influence, but the potential for undue influence there is super problematic. So I think that, creating that program would require a deft legislative touch.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that all this needs to be done carefully. So we're in agreement on that. But your proposal is get a 3x return, and the reality is if they have an equity stake, they can get a 50 to 100x return over 100 years, right? So that is just a better deal. That is more in the interest of taxpayers. So I don't know what you're proposing, why that would be better. I hear what you're saying on preferences and all this and that, but that can be worked out in the legislative process. You have a solve for that, and we have to think beyond Trump. Trump, believe it or not, is not going to be the president of the United States the next 40 years, right? So we can't basically set long-term public policy based on what one asshole does.
I just want to say thank you for reminding me that he's not going to be president for the next 40 years. I need that pick me up. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So with all due respect to my ears, it sounds like you're engaged in more short-term thinking than, for example, the arguments that Your Honor has made. Because there are a lot of levers that the federal government can pull, particularly one like this that likes to stretch its authority, to suggest that companies, or worse, coerce companies to do business with Intel when otherwise they wouldn't, when they would prefer to do business with other companies or in other ways that would juice the quote-unquote return.
It's not fair competition.
Whereas the risk to the economy writ large of that sort of top-down policy is humongous, right? Lots of lost opportunities, lots of inefficiencies that over the long term can really be detrimental to a vibrant economy.
Yeah, I mean, so go ahead.
I think it affects fair competition if that really exists. I was just going to say, that affects fair competition if the case is that there are other semiconductor producers, then the natural thing to do would be to give them the space to restructure, okay? But not so much as to give them an unfair competitive advantage. As far as pure competition goes, it's actually giving them booth, which is not. I think that's. Again, that's problematic.
Well, if you pay attention to what we've been doing, we're moving away from the traditional idea of fair competition. Look at what we do in the automotive industry, right? If it was all about fair competition, we would let these Chinese companies in here and sell these cars. But why don't we? Because we know the American automakers cannot take it, and it would crush the amount of jobs. So we've already are evolving, right? So like, I don't, this idea that we're just approaching things the same way as we did 20 and 30 years ago, we're not. We're already making shifts that are basically designed to help Americans, as opposed to just saying, oh, let's just have everything be fair competition. We're already moving away from it.
So you're saying because we're already moving away with it? So
from the country perspective, global perspective. No, go ahead.
So are we moving more towards socialism? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that there are other countries already that do more private-public partnerships, and I think that us thinking about that more and strategically deploying that is in the best interest of America long-term.
This is not a public-private partnership. That's not what this is.
So some of these same Republicans were mad at Bill Gates for having Windows on all the computers. So it's like the government versus Microsoft. I mean, it's like, what are you saying? So now they're just going to be in Intel, so they're going to put all their chips in every computer? You want an Intel chip in every computer that you have?
Yeah, I didn't.
There's no natural selection. I might be using the wrong term, but like now it really gets political at that point. Like if you start choosing who you're going to do that for and who you're not going to do that for. Oh, that's really.
Well, we protected the entire automotive industry. Right? We've done this for an entire industry. We completely protected them.
Well, what if it's not just one industry? What if it's whoever's ready to pay to play? Because if he's pushing his buddies to scoop up TikTok, or if Ellison ends up buying Warner Brothers Discovery, which owns HBO and CNN, that's not free market anymore. It's crony capitalism. So really, it's not just about who owns. It's not just about who owns what company. It's about whether the market is still open and fair, or if it's just a big playground for the politically connected. I mean, it warps the economy. It is not even business logic at all. The smaller players can't compete. The whole idea of a fair market is tossed out the window, which everybody screams about, what is so beautiful about America. It also makes the U.S. look hypocritical when we criticize China or Russia for mixing politics and business.
Precisely.
Yeah, but again, we can't have our cake and eat it too, right? So if we're not going to get tough on balancing the budget, then you have to diversify the economy in many different ways so that we as a country can continue to thrive. It's just a reality. We're going to see credit ratings go down. We're going to see social programs come to an end. You have to do something. You can't just say, oh, well, let's just keep going into insanity.
So social programs is going to make insanity. It's not going to make insanity. That's what you're saying.
No, no, you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, if we keep going in the direction we're in, there won't be social programs because there won't be budget to spend them. We keep diving in the debt.
The problem with what you're saying, CEO, is why
don't you invest?
This is the thinking of Turkey, for example.
So that you can get mass production of hemp products to manufacture and distribute globally.
Okay, so CEO, the problem with what you're saying is this is the thinking that is driven Turkey into the ditch. You just can't nationalize your way out of problems, and this has been tried many, many times over, and it does not work. There can be a good case for nationalizing an industry, right? There may be moments where it makes sense, right? Like I do believe that there's sectors, parts of the economy where it makes sense for them to be socialist in nature, right? Which is to say the means of production being controlled by the government. This I don't believe in at all. And there's lots of companies that have seemed incredibly strong and to be good bets that have turned out not to be, and relatively quickly. There's lots of examples of this, even in recent memory. So maybe Intel's a good bet, maybe it's not. But the downsides are just so rife. And then also there's the question of where do we stop?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we stop probably when he stops, because on one hand they warn about that killing our social programs. On the other hand, if the economy becomes more of a crony system that I described, and it's concentrated among his billionaire allies, the tax base doesn't get stronger, it gets weaker, which makes funding social programs harder. And you mentioned that, CEO, but if those same billionaires also control the biggest media and tech platforms, they shape the narrative, then there's market distortion. So instead of wealth circulating in ways that strengthen the economy, create the tax revenue, it stays locked up at the very top. That makes the government more reliant on tax, not less.
Exactly.
Well, you're bringing up a whole different variable that I was not discussing. So
Well,
I'm not
a lot of people
disagreeing
don't
with
know
you.
about Ellison. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about the whole Warner Brothers thing and quite a few other media companies. But
I just had to add to the discussion, and I'm not on either side. I love how diverse this discussion is, back and forth. But just to stick a pin in it, about the free market and it being unfair to other companies that get, like, if the government wants to take stake, the government took stake in a lot of different companies in the past history, and their competitors have not been disadvantaged or destroyed in any type of way. So I think if we're going to make an argument, well, General Motors, AIG, a couple of companies that the government took stake in, and Ford didn't go anywhere. United Healthcare didn't go anywhere. Allstate, all these other Citigroup, Delta Airlines, Chrysler. There's a lot of companies that the government had took stake in, and their competitors were just fine. It's more of a save thing, like CEO said, than a picking to move forward or choosing to, like a favoritism type of vibe. So that's the only thing I had to add.
I guess I'm just trying to reconcile in my brain, my limited knowledge of economics, what would Adam Smith or Milton Friedman think of this, the champions of laissez-faire capitalism and all that? It's not why aren't Republicans?
Well, I don't.
They say it's dumb.
Because they dumb.
So Scotty, Scotty, I'm not. That's a very quick answer. Would they have an understanding of the amount of debt the U.S. is in and the current kind of economic dynamics? They might not think the exact same way that they did at the moment, because their philosophies were based on how the world was then and what they saw in the foreseeable future.
But wouldn't they just let the companies die?
I don't know.
On which company, how much it influences, how we live.
I mean, it's got, what it's like? It's like, the founding fathers, when they came up with the Second Amendment, like, do we know they would be good with all the level of weapons that we have right now? Right? Like, we don't know that.
I think they would call it ideologically dishonest in terms of the Republicans, and I think Friedman would say it was fiscally reckless.
So, CEO, stupid. Do you think that the line here should have been an indirect equity stake where they funded projects instead of taking a direct ownership of the shares?
It would probably be more ideal if it was like something closer to what Your Honor said. So I would be okay with that in terms of it was like some profit share and not equity. I would be okay with that.
But it is true what was said earlier about the government's taking stake in companies. But I mean, think about the bailouts, right? 2008. Those were about emergencies. It wasn't to play favorites long term. It was to prevent a fucking meltdown. But what Trump's crew is talking about is different. That's not stabilizing temporarily. It's private allies consolidating permanent control of media and tech giants. That's not helping keep competition alive, no matter how you frame it. That's insiders locking up industries to tilt the playing field, and that's what they do. It's favoritism. And favoritism in the past has actually distorted markets. The big banks that got bailed out, right? They got even bigger. Smaller banks got swallowed. So when you say favoritism doesn't kill companies, it really isn't true. It's just that the survivors were the ones with the juice, politically speaking.
Well, I'll speak specifically to the Intel situation. Before any of this happened, Intel was a dying company. So if they were to choose a favorite, my line CEO, if they were to choose a favorite, they could have went to NVIDIA, they could have went to AMD, they could have went to a lot of these guys with way bigger markets, way bigger, the actually driver for this AI or technological boom that we're going through. They could have did all that, but they didn't. They took stake in Intel, which was
around.
Huh? Say that again?
Companies like NVIDIA's fairly new. Intel and that, they've been around for a minute. NVIDIA is fairly new on the market. So
I mean, it depends on what you consider. It depends on what you consider new. NVIDIA's been around since 2004, so it depends on what you consider new. But yeah, as far as Intel was a dying company. They weren't in the average of growth in compared to any of the semiconductor chip manufacturers or makers. You can line them up. NVIDIA, AMD, Micron, Qualcomm, they were behind the pack by a lot, right? They damn near had to sell their foundry business until Trump stepped in to stop that. So, and I'm not caping for Trump. I'm just saying, to make it seem like it's a favoritism, there's nothing favorable about Intel besides it. But
NVIDIA was founded in 1993, by the way.
Yeah, 1990. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that was maybe just in NVIDIA's case. I was talking about other companies, but that was to strengthen national security too. No. Intel still has to compete with AMD and NVIDIA and Samsung too. It's not a monopoly created by political alliances. That was strategic industrial policy. I mean, it's not the same as if you're just close to the president and you're buying up a media company or a tech giant to consolidate your power. I think Intel is different. The difference that I feel like you I don't want to say you're not looking at or anything, but that's not being mentioned is Intel was the like you guys mentioned earlier, was if not the first and the biggest contributor to trying to bring things that were in the CHIPS Act back into America as far as their infrastructure, their building and stuff like that. So Intel was more positioned American than any other of those chip companies. So that may be the favoritism.
Now, go way back now. You forget something. I don't know how old you are, but go way back. Texas Instruments also did stuff with computer chips and stuff like that. So in semiconductors.
But we're talking about from a now perspective. I'm not disputing Texas Instruments, but we're talking about whether the favoritism towards Intel. So like I was saying, I feel like it comes from Intel pushing forward within America, which goes into Trump's whole narrative of America first and yada yada yada. So I think that's the aspect of why.
The only favorite. There's so many other places.
The reality of it is that, when we get into 2030s, we're going to have universal basic income for because of AI anyway. And so what if it's a case that, some of these returns that are coming from these companies can be utilized to fund universal basic income? Wouldn't that be fantastic? Right? We are in some really. We have to hold on one second. We have to reset how we think about all of these things because of how Your Honor said
volatile the economy.
Yeah, so that's exactly what's being proposed right now. Is 90% of AI profits will go to UBI and support the entire nation up to starting at $10,000 a month.
Y'all forget the most critical thing they making money off of anyway and should give back is our information and intellectual rights to us. I always told people that anyway. They make hundreds of billions of dollars off of whatever, your face, you. Somebody said, well, imagine that money coming back to you. That has nothing to do with the government shelling out money. That would be companies that use your information. They got to give it back to you. Legislation.
There's water and energy costs
anyway. Republicans might actually, I mean, if there are any real Republicans left, they might agree with that because Friedman did have something decades ago called the negative income tax, where like if you make a certain threshold, the government will just top you off, so if there are any old school Republicans left, they might see that as more efficient than, just permanent dependency on UBI.
Basic income seems horrible. I mean, people want to be able to make what they want to make. I mean, if you're telling someone that's making, I don't know, $1 million that you have
It's a minimum. It's not reducing what people make, Ashton.
Okay, all right.
It's a minimum.
Look, I'll be critical. Now, hold on now. I'll be critical.
There's no cap.
Okay.
All
right now.
No cap.
I'm just trying to make sure that. Well, if it's something valuable, I've just never heard of it. Again, like I said, I'm old school, and that's just not something, my folks don't sit down and say, well, we're going to talk about hell. No, we ain't talking about universal. But I've never heard of that in my life until I came on the ground.
Well, by the time we hit 2030, it's going to be about survival, period.
Right.
And it's going to be survival policy.
Yeah, I mean, and there are like some countries that have this currently, right? There's Middle Eastern countries that have like a royalty, which is essentially UBI, like each citizen gets $30,000 or $50,000 a year, and that's just their baseline. They can have a job and make as much as they want to, but they get a baseline level of income as a royalty.
Because what do you get a rest? Because if you can't afford anything, then will it really be? Will we really
matter?
Surviving? I'm asking everybody's thoughts in terms of it's just like everybody's so trippy about the way that we are doing everything in terms of electrical versus gas. But when they raise the price of electricity, will it just balance itself out? And I was just wondering the same with UBI and inflation. I agree with you. I was just wondering if anybody had any thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think that I don't think it would be any different. Like you said, it would just raise price. And then it's in a plain talk way. People need something to do. They need to feel like they're accomplishing. If they're just getting this base income and they're not working, because I can't see how that could happen, that everybody would be working unless you cut to say 4 hours a day and have 2 shifts or something like that. Like, people feel like they're doing something. What do you do with that? What do you do with?
I'm like, how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, so like, this is where society's gonna end up anyway. Like, have any of you watched Star Trek? Right, in terms of like, there's so much technology that if you're in a world where you have 3D printing or replicator devices so that there's food for everybody, right, and there's more resources, then like people don't have to operate the way they do. So if AI gets so efficient at doing all these other things, then it frees people up to pursue other things. What about having a life purpose that isn't just working from 9 to 5, 40 hours a week and being a slave, right? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with spending more time? Hold on, let me finish. What's wrong with spending more time with your family? What's wrong with volunteering for nonprofit organizations and seeing life being big?
like creating.
I love what you're saying right now, CEO. You're talking about language.
That all the time.
I agree with that. I had that conversation with someone earlier today.
Only thing is, how do we get there between now and then?
These kids do not want to work 8 hours. They are complaining that their work-life balance. They're already saying that.
Well, they don't like working the job that they don't like. That's why.
Yeah, see, like your vision.
CEO's talking about doing what you love to do and contributing the way you want to contribute, and not have to worry about like AI is going to provide for all the like basic needs, and you can just do what you want to contribute, do what you love.
I mean, that would be amazing. I want CEO's vision. Like I want it to happen, but I feel like instead of Star Trek, it's going to be more like Dune. That's the problem.
I'm looking at it. The transition period is what's the concern, is getting there. And there's, obviously there's a good way, bad way to get there. And we don't want it to be hurtful where a bunch of people get fucked in the process between now and then, or people die in the process of getting to that vision.
So I'm again from the country.
Court will be like down.
Is AI going to take care of all? Whatever you think. It just doesn't work. You've ever seen the delicacy of grapes and tomatoes, and you got some robot out here, whatever, bro, and that just ain't working, man. It's just not gonna work. We gotta have laborers out here sometimes picking stuff. You ever worked on a farm? You think some robot gonna come along and clean the chicken coop? No. You got to have somebody pick that stuff. I don't know, brother. Look here, man. I don't know. It's a lot to say. It's a lot that needs to be done on a farm. Robots can do only but so much, but there's still things that you still got to do by hand. You still got to, some posts you still can put in by hand, because you can't just do everything with a robot. You know what I'm saying? You got to know how to tie it off. Huh?
Meta Horizons just created everything you just said.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question about this. How would this affect I submit that we live in a caste system that's not called a caste system. Okay. How would that affect just these different levels of economic or financial wealth? How would that be affected? And what would it look like?
I can answer that a little bit. Okay. So basically, you look at like what the median income is for the country, and let's say, I don't know what is that. If I'm just going to say it's 48,000, okay? So basically with UBI, you would say everyone gets $4,000. Now again, people can be Uber drivers, they can run a business, they can do anything they want to, right? And they would still have that basic income plus whatever else they earn.
Everybody.
What if everybody wants to work?
Yeah, if they can get hired. Yeah, if they can get hired, or they want to start an entrepreneurial venture, great.
Okay.
You can invest that money too. You can do whatever the fuck you want with that money. It's universal.
Now we're talking. Okay, I see that the investment piece. I see the volunteer piece. I see.
You see how it eliminates, like, all right, so when everybody wants like certain programs, they have specific, and they have to start these programs. They got administration costs, training. But if they just give everybody the funds, they could just do whatever the fuck they want with it. Like if someone wants to pay off their student loans that they want it forgiven, use their UBI money for that shit, right? If you want to start a business, you got UBI. Use that shit for your business, right? If you want to get training, use that UBI for your training. The funds are already there, and you can apply it whatever the fuck you want to do with it. And you do it, we hope that everybody is gonna contribute the way they want, and it's a benefit to the society. But at least their basic needs are met. They're not dying, and they can figure that shit out, and they have the funds to do so.
Yeah, it's kind of like capitalism with a safety net.
Do you think that people need? Okay, so I know we're talking about AI, And I know it's not going to replace everything, but it's going to replace a lot of things. Do you think that that will shift the need for human interaction, or will it drive a desire for interaction in ways that we don't even understand yet and have effect on the society?
Let's take the example of COVID, right? Everybody was inside, right? But apps like this is like an example. People had interaction. And then also coming out of COVID, you see how more people do those be out and about. They have those food events. They have like a lot of events where people can go out and be with family. All those things, there's a big demand for that coming out of COVID. So that kind of is like a microcosm of what the example would be. If AI gives us everything and provides us everything we need, we're still gonna have that social interaction need, and we're gonna have time and resources to do so. So that's what's gonna happen.
Are we gonna have a serial killer robots and shit like that? I mean,
we already got them. What are you talking about?
If there's crazy people, there's gonna be crazy people that are smart enough to fuck with a robot and make it fuck with people. So that's we have to deal with that shit too. But yeah,
right. Somebody in the chat was saying that UBI, like people would blow it. But there have been UBI pilot programs.
And that's your fault.
Now, when they say blow it,
If I can finish.
Go ahead, Madison.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying that the facts don't bear it out, because there have already been pilot programs in Finland. Canada has one. There have been test programs, and what they found was there's actually a behavioral shift. Having a steady flow of income actually makes people more responsible, because they're not in constant survival mode. They can plan better. They know they got money coming in. They can take tasks. Then maybe even like somebody mentioned earlier, they can start a small business. And of course, the thing is, maybe some people will blow it, but we don't punish everybody, because a small slice might waste it. We build a system that helps the majority stabilize their lives, so it's not just crazy town. Like, I think we have normalized this way of living so much that we think the shit is normal. Like, hear people saying, well, what are people going to do? Just lay around and enjoy their lives? Why the fuck not? Like, this is crazy town.
Some of us need a break. Just take a break. You got UBI coming. But yeah, like you said, there's a lot of examples of those pilot programs. And what they found was that a lot of people become charitable. The thing is that you're taken care of. Now your eyes open to, okay, how can I help other people? Whenever there's a scarcity mindset, a lot of people become individualistic and they become selfish. And so they try to I got to take care of myself first before I take care of anybody else. I can't help nobody. But once their shit is straight, then they can go out and help people. And then they find ways to help people. And now with UBI, they got resources and time. So now they can apply that shit wherever they feel like they want to help. And when everybody's doing that collectively, society becomes a better place. And that's what they found in those pilot programs.
Some Houston, they try to do that out here, where they try to give out, something, and the governor didn't like it, and all that stuff. And I think if you can help people in any way that you can by giving them money, it was also proven with shelter, right? People had better outcomes knowing that they have a shelter over their head and not having to be fighting the elements and all these other kinds of things. So I believe in that kind of stuff. And if people want to work, they can and should, and those kinds of things. And if people blow it, like you said, it's not a program. I've never heard of the universal basic income stuff. Just never heard of that until coming on here. But you're saying that just because a couple of people mess it up, that the entire program won't go away or whatever because of a couple of people. So I get it. I just trying to figure out how possible it is when the government's already complaining about the money that it shells out now for these programs. I'm just wondering, is there going to be a sliding scale? Because you already have people who are wealthy. They don't need an extra universal income or whatever. But is that program going to be set up in a way, in a sliding scale way? Or how would something like that even even work because we do sliding scales. So I'm not really sure how y'all would do that. How you would do that?
That's I think there's so much money you can cover everybody. That's the idea. That it wouldn't matter. You know, it'd be a minimum base thing just for being here.
Yeah, I mean, and this exists in a world where corporate profits are just so obscene because they don't have to have as much human overhead, right? So like,
who would pay for that?
Yeah, yeah. So you would be taxing them more, right? Because their profits are so obscene. So that would help fund this as well.
Yeah, and the whole thing about like the sliding scale that you ask about, you know, I'm not sure. I think sliding scale was more like Friedman's idea, but pure UBI, everybody gets the same check, rich or poor. You know, the fairness is in the universality of it, and so there's no stigma, no bureaucracy. But what rich people do is they just pay it back through higher taxes. So there's less red tape. If you get into a sliding scale, it's going to be cheaper. Happens with bureaucracy and stigma. Who qualifies, right? Who doesn't qualify? What you have to make, what you can't make, and you know, what you can't eat at home. Just all types of hoops to jump through.
Yeah, if you do like the math right, and you take like the top, they call it the max 7, and you do the dividends on the max 7 for like say 10 years out, you end up with like $300,000 per person for 360 million guys.
I mean, will be paid by private companies, sir. Like private companies, and then what our tax base will go up to as consumers, or what? What are we looking at for? Like realistically, I'm like,
it offsets. So it offsets. So we're gonna be receiving at stay at our end, right? You're gonna be receiving the UBI, so you'll be at a incentive. But the folks that have higher, well, a lot of people are saying that it would be like more of like a value added tax. So that way it's it's not based on income, it's based on value add. That way they could get value from corporations as well, and so it'd be a flat VAT tax, and they would be charged more. Obviously, universal, right? Everybody receives it, but if everybody is receiving $1,000 a month, but they're paying more in taxes if they're a higher income or a higher tax threshold, then they'll be putting more money into the system, similar to like Social Security, right? Similar to like Social Security. So it would be paying out more to the folks that are lower income, and it would get more of the value from the people that are at the top.
Yeah, and one reason why we want more vulnerable not this time, Ashton, is because there's that AI component, because they've done these pilot programs and they've been talking about UBI, for years now. And then remember, there's an existing, food stamp system, housing vouchers, all of that could be consolidated too into UBI along with the higher taxes and corporate taxes too on some of those larger companies, even Apple, Amazon, Google, and then for wealthy as well. But the biggest different component that at least makes me feel better about it is AI.
I just feel like this is a redistribution of income, whatever you want to call it, with a zero net effect. I just don't see how that is really going to benefit anybody in a real way. I think it's all just good.
Let me ask you a question. So corporations, businesses, are they running, or do they benefit from an economy that has with their consumer base having resources, time to spend their money? Does that benefit those corporations?
Time to spend money? I'm going to say yes for sake of this conversation.
Yeah. So by providing that value to those consumers, it'll help their corporations because they're able to be more productive because they can apply those resources to businesses, to maybe their education. Like it'll be a down, like basically a trickle up. It'll be like a trickle up type of economy where all of those people at the bottom now have resources, and that helps with businesses because now their consumer base has resources. They can spend money. So,
but it's also going to raise prices because it's going to raise prices, and we're assuming that resources are that we have plenty of resources. But what if we have a shortage of something?
Give me an example. Shortage of
oil.
Or something that is needed components or something. You know, shortages in those areas.
That's probably not a good example, but somebody can.
Yeah, give me like an example, because I mean we're talking about the AI piece. Let me know if there's an area that AI would not be a solution for a given area.
I mean, shortage of something that's a basic need, like water.
Isn't that more about like supply chains though, like we had during COVID?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely more that goes into that.
So what happened?
Well, I'm just wondering too,
what would be needed to provide more water supply, like drinkable water, to a society? What would be needed?
Well, people might not panic as much. That was my point. People might not panic if they know they've got money coming in. They don't have to buy up everything.
I mean, a shortage of water. Even if there's a shortage of water, putting money in people's hands, like to buy water. I mean, there's already a shortage, so you got to make sure that there's supply. So what would need to happen in order for, like right now, there's shortages right now in parts of America. So what has to happen in order to?
Well, we're dealing with that. We're dealing with a huge, somewhat of a water shortage in our state because some parts of the state's really, really dry. And what they're trying to do is build a man-made lake, 71,000 acres, something like that. It'll hold that kind of water in volume, but the lake is absolutely massive, and they're going to put massive aquifers underground and drop that water gradually through gravity so that it just kind of flows downhill and can connect 2.5 million homes online. So the infrastructure investments and money that has to go to not just what y'all are talking about, but that's hundreds of billions of dollars that's earmarked for these projects to come online. We have to have, at least here, they're talking about better aquifers, and that's hundreds of billions of dollars to bring and move that kind of volume and water online. It's a lot of people that they're trying to get water to right now.
You know, if UBI causes shortages, I don't think it'll be that way. It'll be
for water for that.
It'll be in jobs that don't pay people right.
I'm thinking about like the skill sets needed and the technology needed to implement those projects, right? Having a society that has, you know, the education and the talent and the skill sets to do that project, that would be the need to make sure that those that shortage doesn't happen anymore.
No, I think it's going to be the opposite end of the spectrum. I think the shortage is going to be in jobs that don't pay or treat people right. More so like essential workers, because people like professional skills, people will still do the work for the money, the status, and the purpose, period, because they're not into UBI anyway. Doctors, lawyers, engineers, and then in automation sectors, AI, and robots are going to replace a lot of those people that people walk away from. But the stuff that people enjoy doing, like entertainment, right? So artists, musicians, entrepreneurs, that would actually give people in our field a boost. And people in those kinds of fields do jobs they genuinely enjoy, and hopefully the money comes later.
Hey, don't think that some industries might be immune to AI. You know, there's a lot of things that get created in Hollywood strictly with AI. So it's crazy. I mean, you guys heard about the music artist, R&B artist that she creates songs with AI. She doesn't even show her own face. She has like an AI avatar, but all the songs are created by AI.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put it in the chat. Y'all judge for yourself. I'm not gonna give y'all spoilers.
I know who you're talking about. But do you also know that before they found out she was AI, that the deal that she had was 10 times. So she got a hell of a deal, but it's 10 times less than before they knew that she was an AI artist. But I'm in Hollywood, and that's one of the reasons that, you know, we went so hard with the strikes was because of AI protections. So we have protections when it comes to those things. I think, you know, in terms of filmmaking, which is my industry, post-production, yeah, that's already suffering in terms of, you know, editing and that sort of a thing. But in terms of actual content, you know, content is splintering all across the board when it comes to Hollywood because our industry has been completely disrupted and overturned. So a lot of those things, you know, will remain to be seen. You know, what we're trying to do is get in front of it and use AI as a tool so that it's not a threat to us, so that we can incorporate it into what it is that we do. And in terms of the things that we do that are completely human, you know, the unions have pushed for, you know, we fought for residuals and all of those things. So, you know, UBI in terms of the integration in that, you know, it can really act as a cushion for jobs, you know, and entertainment. So, you know, if AI could potentially democratize Hollywood, like it could lower our production costs for sure. But we're further away from that than we think. It takes a lot more to do a full-length feature than it does a 10-second clip that you may see that has zero storytelling in it. You know, but so what the worst case could be if the megacorps, you know, Disney, Netflix, Amazon, if they monopolize AI content creation and we don't do it independently, that's what's going to gut the labor. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a whole bunch. Do you think content is bad now? It's going to be absolutely soulless if that's what happens. So it's either going to be a tool for creative freedom or it's going to be a weapon for corporate consolidation. And everybody might as well just, you know, sit in their rooms and I don't even want to say it on here because there's going to be nothing to do or watch.
You mean play with themselves? No,
basically. You said it out loud.
Here's the thing, because I'm with you 100%. The thing, though, for me, and you won't have to worry about me because I'm too old to even worry about this whole thing. When it's at its maturity, maybe not. However, I liked live music. I can tell the difference because my ear is such that I can tell the difference between digital sound and raw sound. I don't think I'm alone in that.
Yep.
And I like performances. I don't want to see no avatars. You know, and I'm willing to pay to see those natural faults that take place on stage. You know, all the natural things that occur that are just magical when you're in real time. That I place a value on that. Do you think that will go away as far as entertainment?
I don't think it's gonna go away because people still love jamming. I mean, and AI will probably be. I mean, it's already production right now. Like you can make AI, you know, build the instruments for you, right? And so that way, you know, you can have more production of those instruments, and people have more time to learn those instruments, right? When you were talking, Butter, I want to share something with you because I'm actually planning my 25th high school reunion, and we just booked a live band. Like, we want to get that. You know, have you guys ever been to like an R&B brunch or like an R&B live event where there's like a cover band and have like a full-on band? I thought we were gonna book maybe a 3-piece band, you know, maybe one or two vocals. But here's what we got. We got
We got a full band: drums, keys, guitar, bass guitar, horns, 2 vocalists. It's gonna be crazy. We're gonna have that whole full-on thing, and that's what people love, right?
But
so, go ahead.
But, I'm sorry, but you could do that before AI. It's called sequencing. That's been done. But what the music industry could do is potentially follow the lead of what we're trying to do in Hollywood. It's like if we use AI, if we use it like Photoshop, basically, to enhance. So in terms of the music industry, especially like if it's a live venue, and you use AI for your sound mixing, you know what I'm saying? Then people are gonna lose their jobs, but it's gonna be new roles. It's gonna be AI supervisors, AI data trainers, ethics, compliance, all of that. So that way we stay human driven and use AI as a tool. And that I don't know about other industries in that way, but I think that is vital for the arts. We don't want to make widgets out of content. That's just my opinion.
And I think there's gonna be a retro culture still that's gonna evolve from that too. I mean, it's still around.
Yeah.
People want to unplug. There's gonna be spots where this is an unplugged area, and we're gonna like commune that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true, but it's difficult to make a living off of the communal situation.
But when AI faces all this UBI, we don't have to worry about money no more, right?
Right, I said that earlier. We just came full circle.
So right now, y'all, even now, around the country and the world, you have these festivals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people on festivals, and there are just these magical moments. How do you pre-program using AI? If I understand the enhancement feature that you're submitting, how do you keep that essence of just this and actually enhance that versus take away from it? Is that?
Are you talking about like a live show?
Yeah, you've been in live shows where I don't know, there's just this magic sometimes that happens. Like say for example, when I'll just make this an example, everybody remembers if they're old enough, when Michael Jackson did the moonwalk across stage, right? How do you keep that kind of magic associated with a real-time experience with AI? How does that work? Because most of that has to be pre-planned, correct?
Well, that's it. AI can't replace our humanity.
Okay,
I mean that's its biggest flaw.
the point. Okay,
I think the closer that it gets to simulating that, or maybe even allowing a human to duplicate itself and have like imagine a celebrity singer or artist that you love, but you're able to have a personal appropriate conversation and interaction with them face to face. I mean that's what a lot of artists are doing already, right? You've seen Chris Brown in his photos, and want to make sure that they have that one-on-one experience. AI might get to the point where they can allow all these people to have that one-on-one interaction with them, where they have like maybe at the show they instead of them just seeing one person on the stage, that artist can just be popping right in front of them, singing to them face to face, and then everybody in the whole audience gets to experience that same thing because it's not limited to just like one human. I'm just thinking like outside the box.
Yeah,
like,
I get it, but
where technology can take us, right?
Yeah, I get it, but I can't pass it. No.
Imagine feeling their skin, like they touch your face.
But what's so cool about what you just described, Jeremy, is that that feeling that we get when we're in a concert and we're in a movie and we're actually having the experience together.
Yes.
I don't know if there's a name for it or not, but that whole thing where you're all doing it together, but yet having a personalized experience at the same time. The same way that you can get in your living room couch, because you'll be able to do that in your living room too. But I think that's a pretty cool concept because it preserves that part of the human experience, that togetherness, if you will. AI can't replace that.
It's the synergy, for lack of a better word. Y'all are making me think that when Prince sang Purple Rain and it started raining at the Super Bowl, that was AI.
What? Wow. Have you ever seen the Sade show when she does this rain screen in front of her, but you can't see the screen itself? I don't know what it is. They did this technology over a decade ago, but it's some sort of like a sheer screen that's covering the actual stage, but you can't see it. And it's not projection, but I'll have to look it up now. But when I saw it for the first time, it was just amazing. And when you just said that came together for me. A way that they could have actually done that.
Yeah, Madison, there are people that that it brings me to tears to know that I have to get that I have not actually seen in person, and I can't even talk about it. I can't even talk about it because it would literally bring me to tears. But she's one of the ones that's on my bucket list, and I better hurry up. And I don't see her. She does her own thing. She doesn't really. It's a special thing for her to go out on tour. So I hope I get to see her next time she's out on tour. And if you find out she's out on tour, inbox me.
Will do. One of my definite favorites too. Hey Ramona, I saw your AI is already replacing writers. I'm a writer myself. I'm a writer and producer, and I've got about 40 projects in development. And I'm also an EVP at a story development company. It's actually what we do, what we've been doing for 30 years. And what we're finding right now is that, that was one of the things. Again, that was one of the things that we fought for in the writer's strike. That we had to pay for because those strikes really set us back, especially after COVID. And upon the return of this year, the mantra in Hollywood was stay alive till 25. And then 25, top of the year, we have the fires, which set back a lot of investors and a lot of people in the industry as well. But in terms of writers and AI, we do have those protections in place. And none of the majors are putting any, if there is AI content being written, it's against the fucking rules. But that doesn't mean that they might not get away with it. You do have to cite it if you do it. But there's so much stuff in the Hollywood pipeline. Anything that's being worked on now, you won't see until a couple of years from now anyway. But hopefully that's not the case because from my perspective anywhere, when you look at the stages of film development, when I look at, there's development, there's pre-production, production, post-production, distribution, and some people include marketing and some of that. Out of all of those phases of filmmaking, writing should be the last thing, the last vestige, because it literally all starts on the page. Everything that we do is about story. Of course, there are actors, who interpret that. Directors, it's the director's vision too. Except television is the writer's medium, film is a director's medium. But it has got to start on that page. And if it's not the last vestige, it's going to lead to that soulless thing that I described. At least the crap that we have now is human crap. But you don't want to see AI crap.
Hey, it's why you mentioned I don't know, because I know that community, especially those of color, probably are in proximity for the most part. You wouldn't happen to know Catherine Tyus Adair would.
You're in the Matrix, Butter. Unless it's just me.
I'm gonna put it in the chat. You can't hear me? Can you?
Can hear you now.
You don't happen to know a lady by the name of Catherine Tyus Adair? She used to be with Stars as an executive producer, and I believe she was with last edition was with Stars, and then there was a layoff there. But I'm catching you guys. I'm okay. Medicine, like, you know. Never mind.
Are you still? I thought I heard you say Catherine Tyus Adair. No, I don't personally know her. And this is actually my second career. So there are some people. I've been in media for a long time, but I was a radio personality before that. So I'm even though I've been in Hollywood for over a decade now, I'm still kind of a baby, believe it or not, because it can take 25 years to get a project done. But I don't know her. But it sounds like she's doing some amazing.
You should Google her. If you are interested in meeting her, I'll send it.
Okay, I haven't Googled her yet. I will, but you've always had a great amount of sincerity about her. So whoever she is, I know she must be good people. So thank you for that.
Yeah, she's been around as an executive producer. I can't think of the girl's name. The actress out of Cleveland, Ohio. The actress that everybody loves. Don't get old. Can't think of the name right now. She ran her company for a long time. And I don't know what she's doing now. I don't know if she's working independently or not, because I know when you guys went on strike, everybody kind of just, a lot of things changed. And I don't know, has it gotten better or not?
No, it definitely hasn't gotten better. There's been a lot of belt tightening. Everybody wanted to get their own streaming arm until they figured out that the American consumer can't always necessarily afford Stars, Paramount, CBS, Netflix, all of these channels at once. And so everybody belt tightened. And they kind of used the pandemic and the strikes to say, all the development deals that we have on the table, we'll trash those. We don't have to honor those anymore. Not all of them, of course. The ones they wanted to keep, they kept it. Anything that they thought was too expensive or might not work. And then they weren't buying anything. Like the development, they just started using up, because if you're creating, in this field, you've got to be 2 years ahead in terms of when you start your development. And so what they did was they started using everything that was in that 2-year development pipeline. But what's happening now is that there's a dearth of content. They're starting to feel it because they haven't bought anything. So this particular quarter is looking really good. People have already started buying. And we're looking for the first quarter of next year to really be good. But then we've got all of this weirdness happening with censorship. There's so many ramifications and so many things to think about. I said it earlier, his buddy Ellison might be buying Warner Discovery, and that's HBO, CNN, and so many others. So it's like, damn, we can't catch a break, and so we'll see what happens. But I've got a film fund that I just launched in Detroit. I'm still in Detroit right now. I came here to launch it for an economic conference. It's a Reg C, a crowdfunding raise for development money, because even some of the because I'll just say this to you, Butters. There's types of content that they're kind of telling you in code. They start telling me in coded language soon after the election. Like, okay, we got to lay low for a minute. Basically, they were, before they had announced no DEI, executives were telling us what time it was.
Mm-hmm.
and if you're doing faith-based stuff, and there is an entity, it's called Teneo Network, and Teneo is literally raising millions of dollars to put behind conservative content. So emerging filmmakers that are conservative and push that, especially far-right narrative, they're funding young creators. And so what that's going to do is you've got young people who are already being pulled in that direction that may want to create content like that. And I'm talking not content. I'm not talking about internet stuff. I'm talking about film and television. The stuff that we pay for too. And not only are they, already set to do that in terms of, because if I already have this content that leans far right, and the media owners and the tech owners are leaning far right, they've got to pick up things that lead in that direction. But the Teneo Network is funding brand new emerging filmmakers to create that type of content. So it's like, damn, what are we competing with here? So I mean, all that to say, I'm very optimistic. I really am. But at the same time, I've got my safeguards on in terms of it's always good to know what's on the horizon. And we have to have our heads on a swivel because it changes not by the day, but by the hour.
Yeah, I could see that happening. And I don't know if I'm against it. It does limit creativity, I think, to a degree that I don't necessarily think is a bad idea because some of this stuff is like wild. Like, I don't need to see P-Valley on TV. You know what I mean? That's something that I need to pay per view or something. I don't know, but the new season is coming out. Woo, they're done with post production. I am so excited. Yeah, that is has been a very interesting show, and everything that went on, just crazy. So to hear that they're starting a new season.
Show us this.
It's called P-Valley, and it's X-rated. I'm on that. It's an X.
You have been warned. If you have never seen it before, expectations have been.
The letter P is in Paul.
See, you nosy enough to go look it up.
I'm looking for it right now. I can't find it.
Okay.
It's called P-Valley, right? Like the letter P.
You have been warned.
It's not for the weak or timid by any stretch of the
imagination. Of the imagination.
And continue to search.
Real mind.
But you know what? I love that. I mean, everybody's got their different take, but I love the fact that it is raw, it's unapologetic, and as a writer, it shines a light on the story building and the world. It just has so much depth.
They don't give a fuck.
Right, that's it. Thank you.
That's gonna say it, Madison. They don't give a fuck.
You said it so much more eloquently than I ever could.
But here's
I love every minute of it.
Here's the gist of it, though. It's happening whether we like it or not.
Right.
It's happening.
Right.
It's in your neighborhood. It's in your backyard. It's in your living room. It's here. And so they have a platform, and they expressing their thoughts and imagination. Now, here's the catch to it. Everything else is being censored. Are they going to censor that? Now, then they're going to have a fight on their hands. Because that community, baby. So I work for a radio station. I'm a sales manager for a radio station. And this is when I booked did commercials or whatever. They were bringing an act in town. And what's that baby name? He went to Laugh Out Loud and said something about the gays and the lesbians. And the baby, that's his name, the baby. When I tell you that community tore his ass up one side, down the left side, they must got a whistle. Because when I said the grapevine is not fast enough, Greyhound is not fast enough, whew. And so my people on radio were talking about it because it was on ESPN. Now, you did something at a comedy show, but when ESPN picks it up, it's open. You know what I mean? And they called me and it was, and your station, and we paid you money, and we're gonna come up there. I said, listen, that ain't what you wanna do. Because I swear I ain't had a good fight in a long time. And if you wanna think this cute shit is funny, you come up here and try it. First of all, I'm in the middle of a bank. Try it. All of y'all going to jail. Now, I do understand, how they felt about it. When I tell you I started getting text messages about how they do and what they do when they terrorize you and all that, it's like, so I don't leave the building, don't go nowhere. I'm like, listen, they don't want none of this because I've been and fought all their asses and we all gonna get our backs dirty, okay? And they don't want to get dirty. But that community is amazing. They had to come back up here and they all came, it was like 16 of them came into my office to apologize when I explained to them, you do know that it went all across the United States. When ESP picked it up and it had nothing to do with sports, come on now. Now, they stick together, but they will wear your behind out.
Worse than the beehive. They worse than the beehive.
Baby, beehive ain't got shit on this. Do you hear me? Worse than a beehive. So I just want to see when they stop and they censor that community, it's going to be a fight. Get your popcorn, get your belt, get your gun, get out, whatever you feel comfortable. Get a book, whatever you got to get, because it's going to be a show.
Baby, it's going to be
down. The day they say they can't do X, Y, and Z, baby, I'm going to be here with my popcorn. I'm telling you. I know what they do. They about to get me.
That P Valley is wildly entertaining. Okay, everybody. It's not just going to be that community. It's going to be a lot of folks. That show is loved because the fact of the matter is, you were so right when you said those people are here. They are here.
Absolutely.
And what are you going to do about it? And it's like these layered characters that have these universal stories. It's just these are people. These are people that work, that are entrepreneurs. Absolutely. They have real world struggles just like everybody else. And that's what I love is the story.
Baby, I had to do a little something for a little change, a little strange, a little change to make this money, take care of these kids. Hey.
And you know what we got to understand is not only are they here, they have done meaningful work historically. Especially for different movements. Like they have spearheaded, they have put their lives on the line, and all of that. I can remember as a child in church, them coming through clean as I don't know what, head to toe, sitting in church as their little conservative way of protesting the fact that they actually enjoy going to church. I mean, I'm talking about one of those old apostolic foot stomping.
Oh, baby, it shows out that time. Marie, what is you talking about?
Yeah, yes. They're in the choir.
Yes.
And honestly in the pulpit, so we need to quit playing.
The day they say they have no voice. I'm telling you, grab whatever you feel you need to hold tight, a blanket or whatever, to watch the show. Because, baby, I'm going to be right there watching. Because it's going to go down, down, down.
But you know what, though? I also see some other things happening with P Valley, too. Because when I talk to execs about it, there's a demand for authenticity, no matter what it is, niche communities. And audiences are tired of watered down stuff. They want authentic voices.
They want real
lived experience. And so that's part of it. And this is one of the reasons why, like, Netflix isn't spending as much money in this country anymore on our content. Because whoever has Netflix has Netflix. They're not making money off of new subscribers. Either you have Netflix or you don't. Right. And so they have gone into other global markets, Africa, and Australia, just different places, because what they're doing is, that's why you see sometimes these stories from other countries, other continents rather, popping up in your feed, because there's so much more global content when it comes to that, and all of those pieces are niche pieces, shit, P-Valley is
people relate to it.
Yeah, it's prestige level writing, and it's shot so well. The cinematography, it is beautiful. It's some sexy shit. I'm sorry.
Scene when the gentleman that comes to the club introduces the premium dancer to his woman, and she starts taking pictures of her. Y'all remember this scene? And they have romantic.
I know exactly what it is.
Oh my God! And I ain't even gay, and that was
Listen, if you need some techniques,
make me watch that.
If you need a few techniques, fellas, if you need a little charming, P-Valley will teach you a thing or two.
I mean, I thought that was done with such class. Just the angles that they used. Because I can imagine that it took the technique to be able to get those shots of those girls that they do, and catching those certain positions in a way that's impactful. That you can't just do that. You got to be trained and good at what you do, and the action, the interaction. It's very well done. Did it ever win anything? Does anybody know if it was nominated anything? It may have been nominated. I don't know if it won anything. I'm gonna go check.
They probably was hating. It probably was hating. They probably didn't let it win anything.
I think it was nominated though. I can't remember. And Ramona, we got you. The company that I'm with, we've been doing storytelling for over 30 years. I haven't been with them that long. I've only been with them 3 years, and I'm an equity partner. But we have dedicated ourselves to storytelling. These guys have won Academy Awards, Emmy Awards over the years, and script doctors, some of the biggest writers in Hollywood. But they've worked in obscurity because of that, And so we got you, Ramona, and as a matter of fact, we're leading into those kinds of stories because somebody's got to do it.
And it won September, was it won GLAAD Media Award for Outstanding Drama in 23, the NAACP Image Award for Outstanding Actor in a Drama Series. Nico did, the guy that plays Nico in 2023 and 21. And Loretta Devine, I love her character. She won for Outstanding Supporting Actress, an NAACP Image Award. But there's nothing beyond, like, there's nothing beyond, certain types of awards, if you know what I mean. But it's definitely award worthy. Yeah, it's definitely award worthy across the board.
Pivoting not pivoting, just kind of doing a 180 in the other direction. That company that I told you all about, I found it Teneo Network. I'm putting it in the chat. This is the company that I was telling you about. That is a national network that wants to shape. That's what they say, American culture, and they are recruiting, connecting, and deploying conservatives to shape Hollywood, basically. So I probably shouldn't even be sharing this, because if you're a conservative filmmaker, you shouldn't be knowing about it. Let me take that out of there. Scratch that. But anyway, just be aware of it. Well, I think I'm probably going to go watch some reruns of P-Valley. You all have a good night.
You too.
And thank you. Thank you for the room. It was a great conversation tonight.
It was good. Hey guys, is everybody asleep? What y'all talking about now? Want to get back to conversation? The topic, rather. I know you ain't talking to me. I don't have no pull nowhere, girl. Yeah, I see her. Maybe that was just the last thing she said. It keeps popping up. You know how the audio pops up on the bottom of the screen? I see it, so I can see why you thought she was still here. I think she left.
I'm running it. Tell them that it's human nature. Why does she do me that way? That is human nature. If anybody's available.
The church is way better. I've learned that's easily the better thing.
The church is built on logic. They philosophy is
that's what I'm saying.
the church childish way.
The church. That's what I'm saying. You're just kind of floating around. A lot of these early thinkers,
philosophy,
and even enlightened thinkers, they were all floating around.
Why do you major in philosophy in real life? You major in philosophy. One, you're trying to go into academia, a researcher. Two, you're going into law.
Semester.
You're going into law. That's one of the two.
That's one of them. No, I thought about real estate law school down the line, but right now I'm doing my general appraiser license because.
Yeah, you just want a bachelor's. You don't even care. Like you just want the easiest bachelor's.
I have to, and I like philosophy. I don't mind.
I don't think philosophy is the easiest bachelor's.
Ethics, your 101 classes, your logic class, your philosophy religion class. God forbid I didn't have to take like the philosophy feminism. It's all good discussions. We talk about this stuff all the time, but it's not just really church based. A lot of it's, just very classroom. This is more of a philosophy of religion, but.
Philosophy of religion. Oh, okay. No, I thought
that's where you learn metaphysical arguments for God. And to defend said whatever religion. Surprisingly, not a lot of individuals in the class. If you like these conversations, it's definitely beneficial to learn at university because everyone who's majoring in it, they have opinions and it's decent. It's very good discussion. It's like fucking very dense. And but at the same time, a lot of the teachers are left leaning. They're secular. They're liberals, and a lot of them they're not really grounded in anything. So they start thinking like Hume or Kant or whoever, and why the hell should I trust them with moral grounding?
No, Kant's universalization theory is a very good one. Even philosophy class. I only took like philosophy 101. I've taken an ethics class. Other than that, I don't remember taking anything else.
Yeah, you can learn a lot just from YouTube, but if you need a degree, you need it.
But
trying to get my
Kant universalization is a very good way to convince people who are like don't believe in God or some objective morality to express to them something in a way an objective morality. That's what.
Right, but that same morality in general, that thing that's metaphysical
through practicality.
He's laying that same reality in the noumena is fully unknown. That reality is unknown. So like the ethical standard you have is only expressed through the phenomena, but he says the noumena is unknown. Well, then how the hell do you know the noumena is unknown, or if it even exists? If you're no, it's self-refuted. If the noumena is unknown, and that's the true reality, that's the real reality. How the hell do you know if it's real if there's no way to express it and you only express stuff through phenomena? It's self-refuted. It is self-refuted, dude.
Yeah, I don't know about that position. I'm not a big guy on Kant.
Well, no, every time you read Kant, you have to look at how he views reality.
I just like his his ethic.
I know, but this is how he looks through his ethics because the intrinsic standard he's following, the true standard is unknowable. It has to be expressed through the phenomena. So whatever he says, it's just his mind formulating the idea and expressing it out through the noumena. But that whole idea in and of itself is not truly what it is. It's just how we observe it.
There is no absolute way to know that is truly how it is. I mean,
if the noumena is true, then how the hell would he know that? Because it's fucking unknown. There's no way to know it.
Revelation. Kant is a theist. Don't forget that. Like, don't assume.
Yeah, but he wasn't really a Christian. He basically made reason.
He used logic and reason. That's philosophy. If you're going to make any argument, it has to be logical and reasonable in philosophy.
Yes, I know.
Just be fake.
I know, but it wasn't just. Well, yeah, it's also him applying his own standard to that. Like no church is like
philosophy.
That, no churches liked him. Because one, he claims to be a Christian, but he's not in a church, and he's saying that reason alone is going to take. Not everybody. The average individual is not.
I'm sorry, logic and reason is just not in the favor of the church or the traditional doctrines.
No, it's not in the favor of the average individual trying to believe in God. It's not. Everybody is not a philosopher. They're not.
You don't need. We don't.
The average individual would find Kant extremely boring. He sucks at writing. He makes his own vocabulary, so he's like, I have the truth, and everyone and I know I'm right. Therefore, I'm going to write all these very in-depth philosophical essays and arguments, counter-arguments with my own vocabulary that nobody understands, and then I'm going to act like everybody's going to understand.
Most people, laymen, don't understand a lot of vocabulary in academia, or especially like.
Yeah, they do. Oh, yeah. Have you read Aristotle? Aristotle writes way better. Like read Nicomachean Ethics. It's way more.
Aristotle depends on who's translating to you.
Plato's easier to understand.
Wait, you think any of these are original writings? None of these are original writings.
Kant, Hegel, Mills isn't that hard to understand. He's all right. Jeremy Bentham's kind of weird. You know, it just varies. I mean, you know, your average individual does not care about this. They really don't care.
And most people don't care about philosophy in general.
I know, that's what I'm talking about. Like it's kind of a waste of time if
it's
you're not grounded in something. You got to be grounded somewhere else. You're just kind of talking in like an echo chamber, just kind of floating around.
You have to ground in logic and reason, and that's what you do in philosophy. Everything has to be grounded in logic and reason. So
I'm aware of that. That's what I'm saying. Like your average individual's not going to think like that.
Like
they don't care.
Like when you hear arguments about like morality.
A philosopher to learn how to like, you know, what's something a philosopher want to do? Like
Stanley, focus.
Be like a Navy SEAL or something. They're just not gonna do it. They want to sit down and talk.
I'm not sure what Kant's like metaphysics on reality is. All I know is his
it's the noumena. It's the new. He bases his very base off everything he elaborates.
Noumena.
It is. It's
Kant,
everything. All of his reason, all of his ideas. They're only phenomena. So he doesn't even know if they're true because he doesn't even know if the noumena.
How is that not the case for everything? You have to accept that. How do you know that reality is actually what you think it is? How do you know that in 5 seconds from now?
If you're thinking in that skeptical sense, you're just going to drive yourself crazy.
This is
you want me to tell you why I believe things are real?
You believe
why?
Because
I hold a book and it's real.
Revelation. Okay, thank you. So, can you prove?
What?
You're just proving his point. By claiming the reason you know is because it was revealed to you.
No.
A phenomena. Yeah, it is.
No, because I don't say that this is an expression.
Just look up. Is revelation considered a phenomenon? Go.
Dude, no. I don't believe that this is some expression of it or some freaking, what do you want to say, portrayal of it. I don't believe that. I think it's a real book. There's no need to question if it's a real book.
It's not. It is a real book. It is a real book. You experience it.
All right, it's a real book. Therefore,
who's arguing against whether it's a real book? Adios, man. It's just like arguing different things, like shifting the goalposts like randomly. It's weird. It's weird how people get intimidated. Like logic and reason, bro. Just logic and reason. You're gonna throw Kant out because like what? Kant ain't even. I mean, I think Kant isn't even a Trinitarian, actually. Not sure, actually. I need to look that up. But Kant is a revolution on ethics and morality. There's no doubt. Kant is ethics. Yeah. Universalizability is fucking can't argue against that. It's fucking a solid-ass moral theory right there. Don't something that if you did it and other people saw you, that people, if they followed it in your example, you wouldn't like it. And it's perfect. Why you shouldn't park in a handicap spot? Well, because if everybody parked in a handicap spot, no one who's actually handicapped will find a spot. And you might end up being a handicap yourself, and then you won't find a spot. So it's a very good idea. It's very good concept. to convince like atheists, who don't. Again, Kant is a theist. He's not an atheist, but you got to convince atheists on morality and ethics, and he does it. He does it. So until Kant, no one really was able to articulate it the way he did. But if you're talking about, I don't know about his metaphysics, but if he's bringing up noumena or whatever, and I looked it up, it's just a concept in general in natural sciences. All you know is that you experience. That's it. You can't prove anything else in an absolute sense, other than logic and reason, which there are philosophers who try to contend with that. That's usually the case. It's your experience, your perception. These are the things you could be absolutely sure of: logic and reason and your experience. Other than that, there's nothing else you could be absolutely sure of. You can't even actually absolutely be sure that you're actually talking to a human being right now. I could be an AI, I could be a woman, I could be, I don't know, I could be a dog, I could be an alien. You don't know. You have no absolute way of knowing. So Kant is right on that one. The reason you know about God is because of revelation. Other than that, you wouldn't know. And there's no way for you to know.
That's not what Romans 1 says. We are without excuse. The evidence is there.
I believe there is evidence to God. Like, God gave you a mind. You will follow. I don't know if the story of Abraham, the way if it's in the Bible, the way it's in our text, but Abraham was someone who, the reason he was blessed is not only does he look at the world and he rejects idolatry in his own hometown and he parts ways with his father, but he goes on this journey and he meditates and he explores reality and he goes, all these things are contingent. The planets, the heavens, the night and day, all these things are contingent. So he realizes contingency, and he realizes all these contingent things must be predicated on something that is not contingent. And he just saw that as God, and then he called out and he said, if God, you don't reveal to me, I'm always going to be ignorant. And so he got revelation.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that, okay, for instance, for those who never heard the gospel of Jesus, okay, and they go to their grave and they've still never heard the gospel, where do they go? Do they go to hell or do they go to heaven?
Are you asking me, or are you Christians?
I know where they go.
Traditional or I don't know. So with so many different perspectives.
They simply...
Yeah, but a lot of Christians, at least on this app, don't believe hell is eternal anyways. They believe hell is temporal. It's going to be thrown into the lake of fire.
Because Scripture is very plain and clear when it talks about... Jesus spoke more about hell than he did about heaven.
I agree. I think, what do they call it? Universalism, right? Universalism. Like salvation is universal. Like everybody will eventually obtain salvation, even if you don't believe in Christ. Yeah. Calvinist. Okay. Which I believe is it's the honest way. It's metaphysically implied that it's determinism. Christianity is a determinism model. Because God is timeless. Because God is timeless. Like he can't change. So whatever is in his logos, whatever the logos is, which is a known thing, according to the church fathers that he was referencing, like Origen, martyrs, the Father, the relationship between the Father and the logos is a relationship between a knower and knowledge. So it's known to the Father. So the Logos is known. It's not actually like an ontology. So it's not like a distinct ontology. It's known. So if something is known to God and God is timeless, can this thing that which is known change? No, it can't. So it can't be updated. It can't be changed. Nor did God at any moment have a choice in deciding the logos. So what does that make God? God ends up just becoming an actualizer of some like software, some operation that he has. I really like that he used, the only thing he used that was a good word is operation. And he has an operation, and he's eternally causing this operation into reality. And you see this, the pinnacle of this is Jesus, the manifestation of Jesus in human flesh. So he's the pinnacle, that's the top of the pyramid. All things were made for this critical moment. So everything was set up for that critical moment. And then and the overall logos is Jesus assuming the throne. That's it. That's where it all ends. God can say after that stage, he can say, I'm done. I've finished. Now, why would anybody believe that? Why would you believe that God is finished or done after Jesus? You know? Why doesn't God just go on and create a new nature or more, different species or expand the universe, bring about a new struggle or, a new creation? Why doesn't he do that? Well, that would defeat the metaphysics. So if God could do that, that means his logos isn't something that it's a potential infinity. It's not something that can be defined in a finite way. To say that it's a person, to say that the person of Christ, Jesus, is pretty much what can represent the logos. It wouldn't work. He gets frustrated when we talk metaphysics now. Yeah, he did. He was like, I'm not going down this hole. He pretty much doesn't want to go down this. I've tried. I'm probably not. I'm not Muslim. I mean, I'm not Christian, but I've put in the time. I've really put in the time for the Trinity. I'm trying to really come up with an articulation of the Trinity that makes sense. I can metaphysically, but the implications of it is one like necessitarianism, which I think you just you accept. So Calvinist position actually is to me the most authentic position that reflects the metaphysics of Christianity or the Trinity. Anybody else is just not understanding the metaphysics. If you think there is choice in the Christian model, you don't know what you're talking.
There's a lot of Christians who believe in the triune God. If you're I wouldn't say you're a Christian if you don't believe in the triune God. You're not a Christian at all. Universalists, same with Unitarians, all of them. They're not Christians. They don't believe in the deity of Christ. So they're not Christians.
Yeah, if that's how you want to define Christian, as someone who believes in the divinity of Christ, but it wouldn't be the historical approach. Historical approach is a Christian is one who believes that Jesus is Messiah, and he got crucified, and he died, and he was resurrected. If you believe that, you're a Christian, or you're considered a Christian.
Well, yes, but you still have to believe in his deity. You have to believe that he was God, he was pre-incarnate, and that he is God.
Yeah, I'm just going based on the historical definition of Christian.
Right. I'm just saying there's people out there that say they're Christians, but yet they don't believe in his own deity.
Yeah, Christianity isn't a religion. To me, it's more of an umbrella, and under this umbrella, there are different ideologies that revolve around a figure, which is Jesus. How would I consider a Mormon and a Baptist, the same thing, or an evangelical and a Catholic. It's impossible. They're not the same religion. They fall under the same paradigm, not the same religion.
Yeah, the Mormon are not Christian either. Neither is Jehovah's Witness.
The thing with the divinity of Christ, if the church fathers or the ecumenical councils were able to make it work, maybe one could they couldn't make it work. They fail. So the church ends up splitting and over the nature of Christ. Even before that, Chalcedon. There's Chalcedonians and non-Chalcedonians. There's the whole nature of Christ Miaphysite. Then you have the two wills, Constantinople too, which just sealed the deal on that one. They don't make any sense, man. How are you gonna Chalcedon? There are two natures, human and divine. Meanwhile, you metaphysically hold that God is outside of space and time. What kind of union is this? It's not a union in ontologies because they remain separate, and it's not a unity in location because God has no location according to the metaphysics. And God couldn't be his companion because he couldn't be this consciousness that is always supporting Jesus because he couldn't speak in that way. He couldn't speak in a temporal way anyway. So it's how do you and then you got two natures. Each nature has its own intellect, has its own awareness. So hypostatic union, divine, human, the human is fully aware that he's human being and he's created. So Jesus, the one you're talking about, the one that walked the earth, is completely aware he's a human being. He's fully man. He understands that he is not eternal. He doesn't remember any pre-existence because he would be completely human. The divine nature, which is distinct from the human nature, is outside of space.
That's incorrect. But anyways, he looked at someone and could tell what's in their heart because he was fully God. And yes, he even said to the Pharisees, before Abraham was I am. He said, he spoke of Moses, he spoke of other people in the past.
So have other prophets they've spoken of people in the past. Before Abraham I am? That before Abraham I am is just John, the book of John, indicating that Jesus is the Logos. So when he says, before Abraham I am, it just means that Jesus, the Messiah, didn't come to fulfill some promise to Abraham. Abraham came to fulfill the theme, which is the Messiah. He is higher. He is the Logos. He is the top of the pyramid, not Abraham. That's why they got angry. That's literally why they got angry.
They got angry because he claimed to be God.
No, dude.
He was God.
Before Abraham, it's not a claim to divinity.
Because yes, it is. Very much so. He said, you're not even 50 years old and you claim to know Abraham, our father? And he said, before Abraham, verily, I tell you the truth. Before Abraham was I am. And he was speaking. I understand. He was because he was that burning bush that was speaking to Moses. He was walking in the garden. No one has ever seen God. Okay, so he was also the pre-incarnate Christ that was walking in the garden with Adam. God was walking in the garden with Adam. So how could that be the Father? Because it was not the Father, it was the Son.
So let me get this straight. So you think the one speaking in the burning bush, that isn't the Father, that is Jesus.
That's the pre-incarnate Christ, yes.
Okay, so you're telling me...
Same with Adam.
You're telling me
same with
the Trinity...
Angel of the Lord. Anytime it speaks of the angel of the Lord coming down and speaking with Abraham.
So you're telling me...
That too was pre-incarnate Christ.
Yeah, so you're telling me that the Trinity is a trinity of consciousnesses, as in there's multiple awarenesses in this deity that you hold. So, there are multiple souls in a deity. You have multiple awarenesses, centers of consciousness, subjects of I, that are distinct from one another. So, at this point, that's just tritheism to me. Even if you claim that they share a substance, to me, that's tritheism. If I have 3 minds in a rock, that's still 3 persons. That's still 3, souls in a rock.
3 distinct persons in one nature, one essence.
I'm telling you, for example, you have Cerberus. Cerberus, 3 minds in one body. Now, with Cerberus, do we say there's only 1 dog or there's 3 dogs? Yeah, it's a weird thing, and even in traditional Christianity, like Catholicism, or in Orthodoxy, it's weird because Catholics don't believe that God has multiple awarenesses or centers of conscious or subjects of I. They don't believe that. They believe only God has 1 awareness. It's weird.
Nature, 1 will.
Yeah, 1 nature, 1 awareness. And
I wouldn't say awareness because he's aware of everything. God knows.
I'm just saying
Beginning to the end.
Awareness as in the awareness to experience. So the only reason you experience anything is because you're aware of the experiences. So awareness, consciousness is what makes you sentient versus like a robot. Robot doesn't experience, aware of the experiences. Or it's not aware. Just like your shoe isn't aware. So that's what we mean. So, I believe God fundamentally would have only 1 consciousness awareness. Or he would actually, if he had to be predicated, God is awareness. God is in his very nature awareness. So God is aware of all things because he is the awareness itself behind reality. And I believe science is proving that. I think quantum mechanics pretty much has proved that at this point, or it pretty much heavily implies it. There has to be an observer for things to actually collapse in a permanist way. Out of probability, there needs to be someone who does a measure or an observer. So this is where we are in science. So that's how I see God. I don't see God as in like above or below. God is in like everywhere, as in he's aware of all things. And of all things, that's just awareness. And he set up the world where he focused his awareness. He altered the degree of his awareness. So before anything that God brought about, it automatically became aware of him and immediately fell in orbit. So it's just God is inescapable, just like you can't escape gravity, for example. So God is inescapable. So what did God do? Because God wants, a range. He wants there to be choice. He focused his awareness. So God is above, so you would say God is above the heavens. As in the center of his awareness, the closer you get to the highest of the heavens, the closer you fall under the effect of God's awareness. So there's like a huge spiritual pressure that comes with God revealing himself in an absolute way. You would just immediately bow. You would kind of thing. So that's why we're on Earth. Earth is the furthest away from the highest heaven. So the effect is a lot less, or the way God managed it. Some say between us and God there's a veil or there's a barrier or something. So You know, it's not like the awareness of God, the influence has a decay range or something. No. The reason it's not distance, it's because God has put a barrier. So when I know it was someone referenced the story in the Bible when it comes down to Moses and God and Moses seeing the back of God, he didn't see the actual like ontology of God. No, he saw the awareness in effect. And he described this effect as the back and the hand of God. Not that these were the literal back and hand of God. But in the Quran, it talks about how, you know, Moses asks for, you know, to see God, and God tells him, you won't be able to see me because like reality won't manage it. Like it won't handle me, you know, unveiling myself. And as he commenced in unveiling himself or manifesting, you know, the immediately the mountain collapsed and Moses collapsed. So God revealing the barrier or removing it, he has such an effect on reality. It would just crumble. It would have to be remade, and that's why God is going to remake the earth. I think Christians even believe that as well. Yeah, there will be new heaven and new earth. Yeah, everything will be ended and brought back anew.
You say you're a theist, but yet you're not a Christian. You're not. You're agnostic.
No, I am a theist. I'm a Muslim.
You are Muslim?
Yeah, I believe in Islam.
Oh, okay.
But I try to look at things more objective. I don't like to, use more academic terms, universal terms than like in an academic setting. I would just say like neoclassical theist. People would understand like, oh, this is his principles. This is how he views,
Yeah, I don't know all those terms.
Yeah, but I'm a Muslim. I believe in Jesus. I believe he's the Messiah. Yeah. I don't believe in his God, God. But that's not because I not to. It's because it's incoherent.
Muslims don't believe that he died on the cross either.
Yeah. Now that's where people would have a stronger argument because, the historical evidence points that there was a crucifixion. So we're going against the historical narrative. But, we're claiming revelation. So it's like it's implausible. It is plausible that Jesus wasn't killed on the cross. It's plausible. But yeah, it's not the main name. But without the divinity of Jesus, it doesn't even make sense for Jesus to die on the cross. So the only reason he even is that these Trinitarians entertain him dying is because he was divine. So that's what I criticize Unitarians over. If Jesus isn't divine, what's the point of him dying on the cross? And they'll say martyrdom. I didn't know God needed to send the Messiah just so he could give us another example of martyrdom. As if John the Baptist or Zechariah or Isaiah weren't
in the Old Testament. Why do you think they had to have blood sacrifices? It was forgiveness of sins, right?
I mean, I've looked at unintentional sin, though, not to have a debate on this one.
For the wages of sin is death. The only way for forgiveness is death. The wages for For the wages of sin is death.
Oh, we're all going to die.
Yeah, obviously. But still, in order for sins to be forgiven, you had to have a sacrificial lamb. It was only forgiven by blood. But that was a foreshadowing of what Christ was going to do on the cross. Same with Isaac. That was also a foreshadowing. But Muslims believe it was Ishmael, but it was Isaac.
We as Muslims don't dogmatically hold that it is Ishmael or Isaac. So the Quran does not specify. And I don't believe the Hadith specifies whether. It doesn't say firstborn either. It just says that he, sacrificed his son. But it's implied that it is his firstborn because it's his own. Otherwise, the weight of the tribulation isn't really that significant. The only way this tribulation really makes sense to test Abraham over, if it was his only son. So if he only has one son and he finally had him in old age, for God to tell him to sacrifice him, like he's just gonna be looking at him like God and going like, what? It's like, I just had this son. But if Abraham had two sons, like even Abraham might have surmised that, oh, this is a test. He probably knew it was a test from the first one, but it was a very heavy test. But the second time, it wouldn't have held the same weight because he already has a second son. And actually, maybe this might solve his problems internally.
But not through Sarah. And the promise came from Sarah, not Hagar.
I'm just seeing what would logically flow. I know what the narrative is. I just don't see it logically flowing. And if it was Sarah, why hasn't the promise happened to the descendants of Isaac? It happened to the descendants of Ishmael. The ones who inherited the promised land to Abraham, the seed, are the Ishmaelites. From the Nile to the Euphrates, today, it's the Ishmaelites that rule these lands. Yeah, you have the issues that are happening in Israel, Palestine, but overall, the land that the Jews claim to be the one promised to them or to the Israelites, to Abraham, Greater Israel's been given to the Ishmaelites. And this happened. This clearly was achieved or actualized the coming of Islam. So you have a whole promise to Abraham that's been actualized. And it wasn't at the hands of the Israelites or the descendants of Isaac. Actually, if we look today, the Jews, overwhelming majority, 80% plus, would not be even, they wouldn't even have the chance. It's not even plausible for them to be from the seed of Abraham. It's impossible. So this prophecy can never be actualized. If it has been actualized, if God is true and these promises are true, then it already happened. It's already been actualized. If you're waiting on the Jews to do it, it's not going to happen. To inherit the promised land that was promised to Abraham, the covenant. I mean that greater Israel, if you hear them talking about it, I don't know if you know that. It's pretty much the land from the Nile to the Euphrates, this land, which is pretty much the Arab world. And from the Nile to the Euphrates, you see the heaviest concentration in the world of the haplogroup, the predominant one among Semites. So it's going to be J1. So J1 is in the world is Nile to the Euphrates. That's the concentration. And this paternal haplogroup, this lineage matches the Jews, the Aaronites, or the Levites, the Kohens. It's a match. Not only that, but it's a match to the ones to the Davidic lines that they claim to preserve. So this is all a match. Because it doesn't match with who? The majority of Jews, the ones who are even in Israel today. It doesn't match with them. So it's like stuff like this that, like, you know, prove it. Like, there's no argument. Like, I can't. The Hebrew narrative in the Hebrew Bible doesn't make any sense. Of all these promises, why now are they being actualized only under the Muslims? You know, whether it's the promise to Abraham, whether it's the book of Daniel when it comes down to the kingdoms and Rome and the kingdom of God coming in, you know, that, or whether it's the Essenes who claim that the Messiah is going to come from the line of Aaron, not from the line of David. You know, all of this ended up becoming true. The Hebrew Bible narrative didn't apply to the Israelites. It didn't apply to those who call themselves Jews. It never happened. And actually, every time they're getting it wrong, and other groups are actually getting it right. And so and then Rabbinic Judaism ended up switching all these prophecies, altering their meanings, and now a lot of the problems you see today is because they altered those prophecies. And they made their constituents believe that these prophecies don't apply to those times. They don't apply to Jesus, for example, with the book of Daniel. It applies at a future date that has yet to happen. Okay, if there's a future date, so you're saying the kingdom never fell, like the book of Daniel says, like, which is supposed to be Rome. And they'll tell you, yes, it hasn't fallen. I was like, all right, where's Rome today? Well, this is the West, the Catholic Church, the West. Christendom is Rome. So Christendom, the West, has to fall before, you know, the Messiah shows up, just like as the book of Daniel says. And this is in the Zohar, by the way. This is in the Midrashes, in the Talmud. So, you know, that's how bad Judaism is when it comes down to the prophecies. Nothing has actually worked in their favor. According to just history. Did the book of Daniel, did the prophecies happen the way it did? No. Didn't happen. Did the promise to Abraham happen, or they were given the land, which they're so crying about right now?
Promise.
Yep.
Well, he was promised to be the father of many nations.
Yeah, he is. Who made that happen?
So yeah.
Who made Abraham the father of many nations? Today, no, I'm just saying today, the many nations that claim Abraham, what are they predominantly? You know, ignoring religious nations, or, you know, like Christianity or Judaism or Islam. These not what I'm considering nation.
Those who have faith in Jesus Christ are the children of Abraham.
Yeah, so I would tell you, like Egypt, like Syria, like Iraq, Babylon, Persia, like all these lands that used to be, antagonistic towards, you know, the Israelites or God's people. They are all today, all claiming to be, you know, of Abraham. You know, not necessarily God, but in.
That's just a claim, but you know, from the New Testament, as Christians, we believe that it's those who have faith in Jesus that are Abraham's children. So, and that's the only way to be a true child of Abraham. Even the Jews during the first century, or you know, during the ministry of Christ, Jesus told them to their face, that they are not the children of Abraham. So, but I know you don't believe that.
No, Jesus didn't say something that wasn't a fact. I mean, to be a child of Abraham, I think it was in the book of John or something, like, I'll bring out of the stone some children of Abraham. If you think you guys, even if you entertain that you're the children of Abraham, which you're not, because again, if you look at that time, there was already forced conversions into Judaism so clearly, they're not all the tribe. They're not all descendants of Judah, and hence Isaac, and hence, or Jacob, Isaac, Abraham. They can't be. So that one, and then two, you're not even following in the ways of Abraham to begin with. So, Abraham himself would probably disown you. And you're replaceable. I can literally bring them out of the stone, which I believe was a prophecy when it comes down to the Muslims. I'm going to go bring them out of the stone. Who's worshiping the stone in Arabia at the time? And that's exactly what happens. So Jews reject the Messiah, or let's say the Sanhedrin, the Pharisees. They reject the Messiah. If you look at what happens after, they continue on in the way they want it. They have a Bar Kokhba revolt, they have the Second Jewish Revolt, they have the Bar Kokhba revolt, a revolt against Constantinius. They have a revolt against Heraclius. There's so many revolts that took place up until like the 6th century by Jews. And literally when Islam shows up is when the Jews, with the help of the Persians, the Sassanids, take over Jerusalem and pretty much go on a mass butchering campaign against Christians. This is all happening in the 7th century, or 6th, 7th century, 614, so 7th century. Tomb of Christ in Jerusalem. They destroyed that building, by the way. So that was destroyed in the 7th century. People don't know that.
Destroyed in 70 AD.
Is there? I don't know. Is that a coincidence, or is? I don't believe in coincidences.
They're trying to get the attention of a mob, Chris. In the comments, they're trying to get the attention of a mob. In the comments.
I can't read the.
I don't know. Maybe they want to come up. I don't know.
If somebody wanted to come up.
Ego just said all the mods asleep.
Yeah, I'm making a mod living.
All right. Thank you, but I just realized I might be a good mod.
Yeah, I'm driving, so I can't see the people standing or whatever.
It's not really been talking nonstop. I mean, curious about what, though? You got to be curious about something. I don't know what that means.
What are they saying? Or who's saying what?
I don't know. Maybe I wanted to post some schemes. I don't know. But anyway, 7th century, 60 to 90,000 Christians killed at this point, and Church of Holy Sepulchre destroyed. Jews are now in Jerusalem, and they got like 2 messiahs, and they're backed by the Sassanids. Out of disgust, the Sassanids, and probably other reasons. They leave, they kind of abandon them, and Heraclius does a miracle turnabout that he does. He retakes Jerusalem. And the thing that he decrees is that all Jews are to be, put to the sword or forcefully baptized. And one of the messiahs actually does end up becoming baptized. He converts. One of them is killed. The other one converts. Heraclius kills him nevertheless, and because of that, there's something called the Fast of Heraclius, which I believe the Copts do, like every year. I think they fast a week just to like repent as repentance because of what Heraclius did. But at that point, Jews are facing existential threat. The ones who show up are the Muslims. So literally, Islam ends up saving the Jews. I don't know. I don't believe that's a coincidence. You know, the messianic kind of force they were looking to like, you know, bring about to preserve the teachings of Abraham and monotheism and get rid of the Romans and all that. It happened. It didn't happen at their hands, even though they tried, and not for a lack of trying. It happened at the hands of the Muslims.
So you think all the messianic prophecies were about the Muhammad and Islam and the rise of Islam?
No, I don't believe Muhammad is the Messiah. No, I believe this is the kingdom of God.
Do they even talk about the kingdom of God in the Quran?
The kingdom of God is everything. Everything belongs to God. So in that sense, but if you mean like the kingdom of Solomon, yeah, God has established some. I mean, we believe in 4 monarchs.
I just didn't know I didn't even know there was any teaching about the kingdom of God in the Quran or Islam. I was completely unaware.
I just don't literally like say kingdom of God. I mean, it's not that reference isn't there, but everything is the kingdom of God. So that's more of a universal term.
Is there a reference to the kingdom of the Messiah in the Quran?
No. This is
so then where are you getting it from? Oh, it's an hadith?
Yeah, as in for the, descriptions of the Messianic era, that's from the hadith. But if you're talking about like the Messiah or Jesus being the Messiah, no, that's in the Quran. The Quran does declare him to be the Messiah.
It just doesn't talk about him having a kingdom. It doesn't talk about kingdom God.
Yeah, it doesn't talk about him having a kingdom. It talks about the events that happened. Like he wasn't crucified, wasn't killed. They claim he was killed. And in that sense, denies his divinity. You know, some say that in the Quran there's like a passage or two that highlight his second coming. One could make an argument, but it's not like an absolute. Like it's not clearly showcased or there's this verse doesn't.
Even Muslims believe that he's coming back.
Yeah. I mean, if he's talking about like a source from the Quran that says he's coming back for the second time, there isn't something like directly saying that. Some say, in reference that it's referencing Jesus, but it doesn't necessarily need to mean Jesus.
I just think it's interesting because I know that Islam believes that it's the final revelation of God and it's continued, or I guess the message of the prophets before. But the message of the prophets in the Old Testament was that the kingdom is coming and the Messiah is coming. And then when Jesus arrived, he's like, hey, I'm the king and I'm going to establish my kingdom. And then when Islam comes, there's no mention of a kingdom. So it doesn't seem like it's really consistent. It's like they kind of missed the entire point of the message of the prophets, the Old Testament.
It just depends on what you mean by a kingdom. Like, they don't have to say, we're the kingdom of God in reference in your scripture, or they have to, like, quote Daniel or any of that. No, they don't have to. Whereas, these traditions don't necessarily pertain to them. They don't have a history. Yeah, there are Arab Christians, Arab Jews, but predominantly these are not their traditions. So the claim is they have revelation, and that's why they've become aware of these traditions, and that's why they're willing to fight and die for it. So That's how they approach. And then they claim that they have a leader who's claiming to be the viceroy of God. So he's like a caliph. So a caliph is someone who is a representative of God on earth. In that sense, kind of like how you have a pope. It's just our caliph isn't infallible. So in St. Cons, it's not. Also, who told you the kingdom was going to show up in a day and a night? Didn't show up when Jesus. It's a choice. Someone has to take up the mantle. Someone has to fight for it. And they didn't want to fight with Jesus. They don't want to make him the high priest. They didn't want to acknowledge him. I think that had to do because he had no father. And because he had no father, he wasn't from the lineage of David. That would go against what they have written down. That would make them look like they've been in error for quite a long time.
So when he told his mother and father that I must be about my father's business, he had a father.
And that's what you read in the scripture. Sure. I mean, whether Jesus called God the Father or not, I mean, at least based on the scripture,
that was his biological father.
Oh, it wasn't his biological father, as in Jesus is not of the divine essence to begin with. He's a human nature, which is absolutely distinct and separate
fully
from
God, fully man.
Okay, but explain the hypostatic union. What's the hypostatic union? Two natures, separate, distinct.
Right.
In a union. What is the nature of the union? We don't know. And you have church fathers who call it like a conjunction or something. Subordinationism. To me, that relationship is subordination, which is also what the early church fathers believed in. So the human nature, Jesus, with a human mind, because he has to be fully human, because the Council of Constantinople I is the one that denied the Apollinarianism, declared Apollinarianism a heresy, even though they believed in two natures. Yeah, so they believed in natures, but they didn't believe in two minds. So they didn't believe Jesus had his own consciousness, like the human had his own consciousness. They believed that it was only God. There was only one mind, and through this mind, there's a human nature, which would turn it into theophany, which would be pretty much what the Docetists were saying. So it's just really. When you deny the mind of the human or the soul of the human, then you're saying that the human nature is but a manifestation of the divine mind, which we go back to Abraham and the three men, which you believe one of them is a theophany. You don't believe that God took on the nature of one of the men when he showed up to Abraham. You don't believe that. It's a theophany. It's an appearance.
No, I believe it was fully man. He was in human nature.
You believe when God showed up to Abraham, he was a fully male?
Came in the form of a man, yes.
I'm talking about the three men and Lot.
Yep.
Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, so he wouldn't be fully male.
The angel of the Lord spoke to Abraham while the other two angels went down into the city. That the angel of the Lord was the pre-incarnate Christ.
Yeah, so that would be a theophany, right? That would be like an angel appearing as a man. Like the angel isn't actually becoming a man. He's not incarnating as a man. He's not taking on the full nature of being human. So he's still an angel.
I agree with that.
Yeah, if you tried to go stab him.
He's the pre-incarnate Christ, the Son of God.
I'm just talking like angels in like when they do show up to men. Not necessarily that story. But when they do show up, they take on the appearance of men, right?
Right.
Yeah. Assume you tried to stab one of these angels. You think he's going to hit the ground?
No.
Yeah, he's going to look at you like you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Not even going to bleed or anything. Why? Just looking like a human. He's not actually a human. So that you would say is a manifestation. That would be like a theophany. In a specific sense, it would be a theophany, a manifestation. So that's what they accuse the Apollinarianists of claiming, that is just a manifestation. And the Docetists as well. So the Chalcedon, you have to affirm a human mind, like a human consciousness, a human soul, to Christ. So the two natures that you hold within the hypostatic union, these two can have a conversation. They can have a back and forth. It's not just one mind behind them. No. So how is Jesus God if the human nature is distinct from the divine nature and they both have their own minds and consciousnesses? And how can two minds be one person, which is what you call the Son of God? How does that work?
It's two distinct persons with one nature.
No, there's one person, two distinct minds. Because you claim the hypostatic union is the Son of God. So this is the person which is the second person of the Trinity, the Son of God. Two natures, one person. Yeah, after the non-Chalcedonians, they denied this. So you got like Miaphysite. No, they only have one nature. So that was the split after Cal. So you have Christians who affirm two natures, denied two minds. And you have Christians who affirm two natures, two minds. And you have Christians who affirm one nature, one mind.
I am a Trinitarian. I do. When I explain it, it's three distinct persons, one nature, one will. Christ came to do Father's will.
Yeah, one nature, one will. Okay, if there's only one nature and God is divine, it would be the divine nature. You know, the human nature, wouldn't be pre-eternal to God. So the human nature.
Says in Philippians chapter 2 that he did find equality with God to be something to be grasped. So he humbled himself and became in human form, human, had a human mind and that's why I said it's Philippians 2 explains that.
Now, if God humbles himself, there would only be the mind of God acting humble. The thing with Christ, it's not only the mind of God. It's there's a human mind there. There's a human consciousness. There's actually a human soul. And this human soul does not know that it is pre-existing. It doesn't, because it's a human. A human is created. There are no human beings that are pre-existent. I mean, that would just be blasphemy.
So for Christ was the only one that always existed.
But the human nature didn't always exist.
Not the human, but God did. God has always existed. It's always been.
The human nature's always been?
God has always existed.
Okay, there's no problem. God is God, divine. There's a human.
That's when he took on the form of man. He could find equality to, like I said,
I know. There are many prophets who, were practically God in the sense that God has given them the authority to speak pretty much in his first person and it's a whole book on this divine images. I don't know if you like Dan McClellan or not, but he has a book on this. But he talks about this. It's implied in the Hebrew Bible with like Exodus, I think, like 30. I don't know, the one with the angel is who won't forgive sins because he has my name or something. So this is an example, which is also like in Exodus, 5 books, and so it's supposed to be at least based on what the academics are saying. The Bible written different periods, even the Book of Moses. So there's a developing philosophy doctrine in the Hebrew Bible, and you see it conclude with that verse in Exodus, which talks about an angel's he's gonna listen to him. He's not gonna forgive because my name isn't. Paraphrasing, obviously, but that gives you the template. That's the doctrine in the Hebrew. So God can bestow authority and His name upon creatures, and these creatures can literally just start, based on this, act like God. Like, speak in first person and like act in His authority. We believe this about a bunch of prophets. So we believe prophets in general, based on their character, because they're soldiers, but that just because you're following orders doesn't mean they don't have their own characters and dynamics. And based on these characters and dynamics, they could be heavy-handed or they could be very merciful. So, it's up to them, as long as they're following the guidelines that God has set up. So God is like, this is the mission, this is what you're going to do, this is it. Now, within the scope of you doing all this, it's optional how you want to deal with the people. Although I don't know how it could have gotten any worse with the Jews, honestly, or with the, I don't know. Jesus went all out on them, cursed them, and prophesied their destruction and the destruction of the temple. Pretty much he was like done with. Oh. Yeah.
They were not interested in all of that. Very interesting. Here's a place. Did she come to him?
Oh, yeah, especially he's doing the profound miracles that he's doing. Even they don't deny his miracles. They're claiming, because
they have the devil. They did the unpardoned thing by saying that.
He's claiming to be the Son of God. That's what they're accusing him of. He's like, well, if I'm the Son of God, y'all are called gods and judges. So, like, why are you going to hold it against me that, the title of Son of God? And that's lesser to greater logic if you see it. I mean, that's a rhetorical right there. If someone accusing you're doing idolatry, and they're literally worshiping Saturn. Yeah. Does that make sense? But, the claim, what the Jews or the Sanhedrin didn't like was literally that Jesus had a miraculous birth, which God literally did to test them. I believe God, the reason Jesus has no father is because he wanted to expose this, that you believe that is supposed to come from the line of David and Judah. So you tried to constrain everything within the tribe of Judah. That's what you did. And so God is to expose them, and God, Jesus without a father. But yet he's doing this extreme miracle. Are you going to believe in him? Because clearly the miracles he's doing are from God. You can't deny that. Are you going to deny him because he has no father? And you don't believe that he should be the Messiah, monarch, the high priest, someone without a father, not from the lineage of Judah and David. What's it going to be?
The Muslims believe that he's the Messiah. You don't believe in his deity.
I just explained to you some of the key reasons on why it's incoherent to believe in his deity. Because no problem, Jesus is divine. That was the claim in the probably 2nd century, even maybe 1st century, that there were claims of Jesus being divine. And people wanted to believe it, but some people wanted to push for it, but there's just no model. Like, how does that make sense? So you see these centuries that follow as an attempt to build that model. And does it succeed? No. I don't believe it succeeds. It actually ends up fracturing the church. I don't think it was, I think that is evidence enough that it can't be the case. Yet alone that there was major opposition, like even in Nicaea. Athanasius was alone practically before Nicaea too, so he's just like, I'm literally against all these people. Like, the Arians were the ones who were dominating. At least the churches and the
Alright, well, anyways, I gotta get going, so.
No problem. I'm trying to bog you down with everything I'm saying.
No, you're fine. I'd love to have this conversation more, but not right now.
No worries. I know you're a busy guy. Seems like. Yeah, I added you. Always like engaging in metaphysics and religion ideas. It's more on an objective scale. I hate when it gets emotional. Yeah, as long as no one's insulting, like, we could deal with this as we would talk about physics. Like, if we can talk about physics and we can talk different theories, scientists disagree. Doesn't mean we can't. No, you wouldn't get emotional about it though. Why? Because it's a hard science. You don't care, like physics. Religion, for some reason, I don't know. People just not academically trained or patient. I don't know.
Alrighty, well, it was good talking to you.
Yeah, take care, man.
Yep.
Keep it trucking.
Always.